Chapter 597. Terrifying fluctuations of strength surged out from Immortal Eclipse Valley. Their auras soared into the heavens. Black-een infernal energy that nearly condensed into essence collided with the pitch-black demonic energy, causing the skies to darken as if a great sun were about to fall. Shan Wugu grasped his blood-red spear. The spear point danced like a dragon, each strike erupting with an incomparably terrifying, piercing strength that shattered the demonic energy that came at him from all directions. On the surface, it seemed as if the handsome youth had the upper hand, but the truth was that the two sides were evenly matched. Shan Wugu, after leaving myriad demon caves, I never imagined that you would possess such formidable strength. It seems I have underestimated you. The handsome youth revealed a look of praise. Then he strangely smiled. But do you think you can stop me like this? You are far too naive. Bang! Outside of Immortal Eclipse Valley, space suddenly shattered and a 2-meter tall man walked out. His clothes were pushed up by his bulging muscles. He grinned. I control more than one mortal body. The man took several steps forwards and flew into Immortal Eclipse Valley. He knelt on the ground and punched out with his fists. Billowing strength was like a stone falling into water. Ripples spread out from the ground. After several breaths of time, the man looked up, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I've found you. Shan Wugu thrust out his spear. Countless spear shadows instantly split apart, piercing through the surrounding demonic energy. A terrifying wound appeared on the handsome youth's face, starting from the point between his eyebrows until it disappeared from his jaw. Just a hair's breadth difference had nearly cut off his head. Heaven seek, old demon. If you dare to harm them, then I swear I will kill you. He stepped forwards, wanting to stop the strong man. The blood-stained youth angrily roared out, Shan Wugu, this is my favorite body. You really deserve to die. The demonic energy became even richer. It surged out from all directions, twisting towards him. The strong man walked deep into Immortal Eclipse Valley. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground, a wild strength rumbling into the earth. In the past, Qin Yu nearly put me to death. Now that I don't know where he is, I can only start with those close to him. Shan Wugu, today I will kill everyone here in front of you. If you want to take revenge, then I will welcome you at any time. As his last word fell, the strong man appeared deep within Immortal Eclipse Valley. He stared at the ground and licked his lips. Right here. Bang, bang. A series of loud explosions rang out, and the entire underground palace trembled. It was as if the underground palace was being battered by the waves of the ocean. The sound grew louder and louder. The impact on the underground palace grew stronger and stronger. The Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators hiding here all had faces filled with fear. All of a sudden, the loud noise disappeared, and the impact that the underground palace had withstood disappeared as well. Is it over? Just as this thought rose in his mind, the earth trembled violently. A violent power surged like a raging river, exploding into the depths of the earth. Runes rapidly lit up, counteracting the destructive strength of the outside world. But even so, the entire underground palace groaned as if it couldn't bear the burden. Ah! Horrified screams rang out. The faces of the people in the underground palace instantly turned pale. The burly man's momentum was like that of a crazed demon. His fists continuously bombarded the ground. His expression was fanatical, but his eyes were ice cold. Strengthened by the formation, the ground was even harder than iron and stone. Under the ferocious attack, it quickly cracked. Giant cracks appeared one after another, rapidly spreading outwards like a giant spider web. At this rate, the array formation would collapse in just a moment. At that time, everyone in the underground palace would have to withstand his merciless slaughter. No one would come to help them. Their fate was already decided. Senior Apprentice Anku, are we going to die? I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Who can save us? Hoo, Senior Apprentice Aunt Goo. I miss my father, my mother. I want to go home. The sound of crying filled the room. These young girls had never experienced such a scene before, and their minds had already collapsed. Gu Ling paled. As she listened to the loud explosions in her ears, she was silent for a long time. Then she looked up and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." She stood up and looked at the group of female disciples. She suddenly smiled and said, "If we can survive today, then we must cultivate hard in the future. Don't be lazy anymore." She turned and pushed open the door, leaving behind a group of female disciples with wide eyes, none of them knowing what had happened. In the main hall of the underground palace, Jiang Li and Taoist Wang's complexions changed. They looked at the calm Gu Ling. "Girl, what are you doing here? Hurry up and go back." Gu Ling respectfully knelt down. "For these years, I have received much care from the two elders. I have no way to repay you, so please accept a bow from me." Hearing this, Jiang Li and Taoist Wang became even more nervous. Taoist Wang scolded, "Girl, you are usually the most sensible one, so how could you be so confused now? Hurry up and go back. Don't cause trouble here." Gu Ling bitterly smiled. "Even if I listen to High Master and go back, what can I do? At most, I will live a little longer. The demons outside are here for me. If I go out, perhaps I can protect everyone." Jiang Li shouted out loud, "Fool! Heaven's Seek Old Demon and my immortal Eclipse Valley have long had a deep grudge against each other. Since there is a chance today, how could we show any mercy? We promised Qinyu that we would take good care of you. Girl, could it be that you want me to betray you?" Gu Ling had a firm expression. "Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance, I must still try. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace." She kowtowed. "I have already made up my mind. I ask High Master and High Master to help me. In the future, if I see Big Brother again, please tell him that I have no resentment in my heart and that he doesn't need to feel guilty." She stood up, her expression firm. "I ask High Master and High Master to open the underground palace. If High Master and High Master do not allow it, then I will commit suicide in front of you." Taoist Wang and Jiang Li's lips moved, and they both sighed inwardly. They had naturally seen through this girl's temperament in these past years. Although she appeared weak on the outside, she had her own opinions and was extremely proud. She didn't want to owe anyone anything. If they tried to stop her now, she really would end her own life. Taoist Wang took a deep breath. "I will accompany you." He turned around. "Time is pressing. Old Jiang, don't argue any further. You are more familiar with the array formation, so we will need you to manage it. If we can exchange for a slim chance of survival today, then I will need you to worry about Immortal Eclipse Valley in the future. Little girl, don't waste time. Come with me." He took out a token. The shaking underground palace doors slowly opened to both sides. The strong man frowned, a strange expression on his face. He stopped and stood up, a faint smile on his face. The ground began to fluctuate. Then it separated to reveal a flight of stone steps. Taoist Wang walked in front and Gu Ling followed behind. "Heaven Seek Old Demon. She is Qinyu's little sister, and I can be considered half a teacher to Qinyu. In Immortal Eclipse Valley, I am the closest to him. If you want to take revenge, killing the two of us is enough. There is no need to implicate others." Gu Ling was suppressed by his aura, and her complexion paled even more. But her expression was calm and firm. "My sister will pay for my brother's debts. My name is Gu Ling, and I am Qinyu's little sister. If you want to take revenge, then just kill me." The strong man grinned. "I'm so touched. Even in the face of death, you are still thinking of others." He looked her up and down several times. Then he suddenly said, "Little girl, if you can promise me that you won't commit suicide, then I will let everyone from Immortal Eclipse Valley go. I will even let Taoist Wang off." She wouldn't commit suicide sometimes. Living was far more terrifying than death. Guling, trembled, and a deep fear appeared in her eyes. The strong man revealed his white teeth. What? You don't agree? Taoist Wang was enraged. Heaven's seek, old demon. Killing someone isn't going too far. For better or for worse. You are a grand master of the demonic path, someone who has shaken the heavens and earth for thousands of years. So why must you make things difficult for a little girl of the younger generation? The strong man punched out his fist. Shut up. When I speak, there is no room for you to interrupt. A wild strength came crashing down from the void. Taoist Wang stuffily coughed and was sent flying away. He crashed into the ground, and blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. With the absolute disparity in cultivation, it was impossible to resist. The strong man lifted a hand and grasped the air. Taoist Wang's body was lifted up from the ground by an invisible strength. Little girl, hurry up and answer me. If you don't agree, then I will first exterminate him and then slaughter everyone in Immortal Eclipse Valley. Guling screamed. No, I promise you everything. The strong man reared his head back and laughed. Good, good. I will keep my promise and not chase down those from Immortal Eclipse Valley anymore. Little girl, come with me. He casually tossed Taoist Wang aside and grabbed at Guling. Heaven's seek, old demon, you deserve to die. An icy cold voice suddenly echoed through the world. The strong man's complexion changed. Who is it? Without a response, the space around him began to twist. Like a giant and fierce mouth, it swallowed him whole. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of flesh and bone breaking rang out without end. In a breath of time, everything was crushed to pieces. The handsome youth fighting Shan Wugu suddenly cried out miserably. His expression was one of panic as he turned to flee. But what awaited him was a dazzling silver light. It was 10 times faster than lightning, no, 100 times faster. It instantly cut through his body. The handsome youth froze. In the next moment, he was split in half from the point between his eyebrows. Before he fell to the ground, a gust of wind blew past him and he was turned to ashes. All of his life force was instantly annihilated as it was cut apart by the silver light. In a breath of time, heaven seek old demons, 2 tyrannical avatars, were killed on the spot. All of this happened so suddenly that it surpassed everyone's imagination. The world fell deathly silent. Shan Wugu fiercely looked up. He saw a figure appear in the distance, stepping through the void. The wind lifted up his black robes and his long hair. His handsome face was bathed in the sunlight, making him seem like a heavenly god that had descended to the mortal realm. Killing intent surged out, causing his aura to revolve around him. At this time, it still hadn't dispersed. In Shan Wugu's senses, this aura could cause the sun and moon to lose color, could cause the heavens and earth to collapse. This person's cultivation was like a sea of stars, unfathomably deep. Shan Wugu revealed a dazed look. This figure gave him a strange feeling of familiarity, but it instantly vanished. Shan Wugu lowered his head and respectfully bowed. How could he possibly recognize such an incomparably powerful existence? Thinking about it, this person in front of him was another super powerhouse from the land of divinity and demons. But why did he attack and kill Heaven Seek old demons' avatars? Qin Yu was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. He lifted a hand and thrust it towards the heavens. Bang! Heaven and earth, spiritual strength, began to seethe, crazily gathering from all directions. It condensed into a giant palm that shot upwards in defiance of the heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a heaven-shaking roar, the clouds were crushed apart by a wild strength, revealing an arrow that came from the highest heavens. At this time, the arrow trembled and began to collapse. A cold and callous voice echoed out, each word like a towering mountain pressing down. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the internal affairs of my dark night demon region and kill my avatars? Shwa, a figure appeared in the skies. He wore a wide and gorgeous black and gold robe that exuded a dignified aura. When his eyes opened and closed, a divine light flashed, like thunder roaring through the highest heavens. However, this person gave off the feeling that he could suppress the heavens. As he existed, even the sun and the skies became dim. This wasn't an illusion. Rather, all light that approached him would automatically extinguish. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one cultivated the great supernatural powers of the Dark Night demon region. Qin Yu had a calm expression. The land of exile's immortal Eclipse Valley has some relationship with me. If your people want to kill them, then I can only kill them. They didn't harm the cultivators here. As long as you have the heart to kill, that is enough. Beneath the black and gold crown, a pair of thick eyebrows furrowed together. His deep voice echoed in the skies. I am the demonic path's Dark Night demon region, subordinate of the highest divine throne. Fallen Wing, unfamiliar powerhouse, tell me your name. Qin Yu lightly said, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the demonic path. Today's matter ends here. Fallen Wing was a great figure in the Dark Night demon region, second only to the divine throne. He was equally famous as the Eternal Undying, and was an absolute peak character of the demonic path. Since the Dark Night demon region had sent someone this time, and with such an existence like Fallen Wing, it was clear that they were determined to obtain the divine stone. If he reported his identity, then with the tense relationship between the Dark Night demon region and the Holy Palace, there was bound to be a storm. And most importantly, once the Dark Night demon region linked him to Shan Wugu, the latter would be in great danger. Qin Yu had made the decision to conceal his identity because of his worries. In Fallen Wing's eyes, this was an absolute contempt towards him. His breathing deepened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Now, I can determine that you have become an enemy of the Dark Night demon region. Above Fallen Wing's head, black energy condensed into a giant pair of wings that fell onto his back. His aura immediately rose. A wild and violent oppressive strength caused space to violently tremble. If nothing was stopped, the vibrations in space would be enough to erase everything around them. Qin Yu frowned. With a flick of his sleeves, another strength appeared. It collided in the void and erased all the fluctuations. His eyes were cold. He slowly said, in the current land of exiles, there is not only the demonic path. Are you sure you want to break off relations with me and become an irreconcilable enemy? Fallen Wing was expressionless. He deeply looked at Shan Wugu. Remember what happened today. No matter who the enemy of the Dark Night demon region is, they will not have a good ending. With a step forward, space collapsed and his figure vanished. Shan Wugu respectfully bowed and left. Qin Yu looked at the place where Shan Wugu disappeared, an apologetic look in his eyes. They still couldn't recognize each other. Shan Wugu had actually become a member of the Dark Night demon region. This was beyond his expectations. Even if he succeeded the throne of the Holy Lord and became the nominal ruler of the demonic path, he still wouldn't be able to interfere in the affairs of the Dark Night demon region. He had to carefully handle this matter. Suppressing these thoughts, Qin Yu's figure flickered and he appeared beside Taoist Wang. He lifted a hand and placed it on his chest. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Heaven's Seek old demon had left behind an extremely dark and sinister demonic energy in Taoist Wang's body. It had already seeped into his marrow. If he couldn't expel it, then the demonic energy would erupt and Taoist Wang would die. This old demon was truly ruthless. Strength poured out from his palm. Taoist Wang stuffily coughed. His body trembled and black drops of blood seeped out from his pores. But there was a bit more color on his pale face. He struggled to stand up and gratefully bowed. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. It was only then that Taoist Wang realized that Heaven's Seek old demon already had the heart to take his life. After a moment of hesitation, he bowed. I beg Senior to help once more and save the life of my immortal Eclipse Valley's master. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Pill Crucible is injured? Lead the way. Taoist Wang's heart shook. He never thought that this terrifyingly strong powerhouse in front of him would actually know of the Valley Master's name. Could it be that he really was old friends with Immortal Eclipse Valley and wasn't just making things up? Although he couldn't figure it out, he couldn't care too much about it right now. He hurriedly said, "Senior, please follow me." The calamity of overturning had vanished in the blink of an eye. The Valley Master, who had been grievously wounded, now had a chance to live on. Taoist Wang was overjoyed and his steps quickened. He pulled on the absent-minded Gu Ling and hurried down the stone steps, leading the way in front. The doors to the underground palace had already been sealed shut. Jiangli, who was bewildered and filled with sorrow, suddenly heard Taoist Wang shout out, "Old Jiang, hurry and open the door!" He didn't know what was happening outside, but Jiangli hurriedly activated the array formation to open the door. As he saw Taoist Wang and Guling are unharmed, he was both surprised and puzzled. What was going on? Had Heaven's Seek old demon been moved by their kindness and let them go? Stop joking around. And what was with those two terrifying auras that left one in despair just now? Taoist Wang didn't give him a chance to speak. He pulled Guling to the side and said, "Senior, please." Qin Yu strode in. He nodded to Jiangli and then followed Taoist Wang to where Pill Crucible was recovering. Jiangli finally had a chance. He hurriedly asked, "Ling, what happened? Where did Heaven Seek old demon go, and where did this senior come from?" Gu Ling had already regained her composure. She recounted everything that happened just now in detail. As Jiangli heard that Heaven Seek old demon's two avatars had been cleanly killed in the blink of an eye, he felt a bit dizzy. Luckily, Gu Ling immediately told him about Qin Yu's confrontation with Fallen Wing. Only then did he recover a bit. For an existence with a terrifying aura to kill Heaven Seek old demon, it was no more difficult than squashing a fly. Right now, Jiang Li's heart was the same as Taoist Wang's. He was also puzzled and perplexed. When did Immortal Eclipse Valley have such a powerful old friend? Let alone this generation. Even if one looked at the peak of history, they still hadn't heard of such a person. Could there have been a mistake? Jiang Li's heart shook and his face blanched. He thought that Immortal Eclipse Valley had already obtained all the benefits, so if there really was a mistake, how could this great figure possibly give up? But with things having come to this point, no matter how worried he was, he could only resign himself to the will of the heavens. He hoped that the ancestors of the sect would bless him and that it really was one of them that formed good karma for the juniors and disciples of the sect. Pill Crucible's injuries were extremely heavy. If it weren't for Immortal Eclipse Valley having treasures that could save his life, he feared he would have already died. And because of this, his life was as thin as a thread, as if he were a lamp without oil. Qin Yu took back his finger from between Pill Crucible's eyebrows. As he looked at the dignified senior apprentice, brother of the past, he felt his heart ache. Heaven Seek old demon, even if all the gods and Buddhas of the heavens gathered together, they still wouldn't be able to protect you. Qin Yu took a deep breath and steadied his thoughts. He said in a low voice, "My injuries are dangerous. I need to go into seclusion to heal Pill Crucible. Leave first and don't let anyone disturb me." Pill Crucible could be said to only have one last breath left. Even if he used just a bit more strength when treating him, it was possible that he would lose his last bit of life. He had to be cautious and cautious. How could Qin Yu allow this cheap senior apprentice brother of his, who had looked after him, to die so miserably? Taoist Wang nodded again and again. After determining that Qin Yu didn't need help, he turned and left in a hurry. He paced back and forth outside the door, his expression incomparably tense. He never thought that even this tyrannical and powerful senior wouldn't be able to directly restore the Valley Master's life. From this, it could be seen just how serious his injuries were. When Jiang Li Guling and the others arrived. They saw Daoist Wang's worried expression. Daoist Wang was a bit irritated. After a brief explanation, he began to drive everyone away. "Leave, don't stand around here. The Valley Master is fine." After a moment of hesitation, he continued to say, "Don't leave the underground palace yet. Wait until the Valley Master's injuries stabilize before we speak again." In truth, he was worried that if Qin Yu wasn't here, some accident would occur again. In truth, he was worrying too much. With Fallen Wing status, since he had acknowledged this grudge, he wouldn't vent his anger on them. Jian Li nodded in understanding. He led everyone away. Although Pill Crucible hadn't escaped danger yet, they all had relaxed expressions. The crisis of Immortal Eclipse Valley's survival had been resolved. To them, this was undoubtedly the best news. No one wanted to live in a precarious situation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Pill Crucible's injuries finally stabilized. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his condition had improved. Qin Yu walked out from his room with a tired expression. These past days had been incomparably dangerous. Even though he had been careful, Pill Crucible had nearly lost his life several times. The Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples guarding outside hurriedly bowed as they saw Qin Yu come out. One of them ran off to report, and then Daoist Wang and Jiang Li hurried over. "Senior, the Valley Master's injuries," Qin Yu nodded. "They've improved. He just needs to rest well." He rubbed his temples. "Arrange a place for me to rest. I need to go into seclusion for the time being." Daoist Wang revealed a grateful expression. "Senior has worked hard. A room has already been prepared. Please follow me." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Just find someone. Go and guard Pill Crucible. If there are any problems, call me at any time." Daoist Wang nodded again and again. He ordered people to bring Qin Yu to rest, and then followed Jiang Li into the room. As he saw Pill Crucible slowly fall asleep, he finally felt relieved. After a short day of seclusion, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He was glowing with health and vigor. He had returned to his peak state. He stood up and pushed open the door. After examining Pill Crucible and confirming that he was recovering, a smile lit up his face. In a corner, Guling suddenly said, "Senior, this junior has some matters that I wish to speak with you in private." The surrounding space fell deathly silent. The group of Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators all revealed nervous expressions. They still hadn't figured out just what sort of relationship Senior had with Immortal Eclipse Valley. If Guling were to rashly speak, she feared Senior wouldn't be happy. Eclipse Lenqing shouted out, "Shut up! Senior's time is precious. It isn't something a junior like you can delay. Hurry and draw back." His eyes were icy cold and his aura was unkind. He was originally dissatisfied with Guling, because of heaven-seek old demon's matter, and now he was venting his frustrations. But just as he finished speaking, Eclipse Lenqing froze. Qin Yu looked away from him and said, "All right, come with me." The Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. In a side hall of the underground palace, Qin Yu sat down. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Sit." Guling didn't move. She looked at him in a daze, large tears falling down her cheeks. "Big brother, I know it's you, but why aren't you willing to recognize me? Did I do something wrong?" As she spoke, she began to wail. Qin Yu immediately panicked. To hell with being careful. He hurried over and held her in his arms. "Ling, don't cry, don't cry. It's not that I don't want to recognize you. It's just that the situation is a bit special. I'm worried that my identity will be exposed and I'll bring disaster upon you." Guling was originally restless and had cried out in grievance. But now that she relaxed, her sobs became even louder. It was only after a long time that she stopped sobbing. She stared at Qin Yu's face with her red and swollen eyes. "Big brother, when did you become so handsome?" Qin Yu's lips twitched. Indeed, this was the thinking of a little girl. She always placed appearance above all else. He coughed lightly and said, "This is a very long story. In short, I am still me." As he said this, he sighed in relief. "As expected of me, little sister who grew up together with me. Others can't recognize me anymore, but you can still recognize your big brother." Gu Ling wrinkled her nose. She proudly said, "Of course, I will always remember Big Brother's appearance." Crying and laughing at the same time, "Aren't you shy?" Qin Yu scratched the bridge of her nose and pulled her down to sit down. He said, "With my current status, it is inconvenient to speak of it. So, don't tell anyone that I have returned. If someone asks, just tell them that I am a friend of Qin Yu's from the land of divinity and demons." Gu Ling nodded. "Big brother, don't worry. I will remember this." The brother and sister reunited after a long time. They chatted for several hours. When Gu Ling left, she was glowing with a radiant glow. Her big brother had returned, and his cultivation was extremely fierce. With such a great backer, she was naturally filled with confidence. Taoist Wang had been waiting anxiously for a long time. He was afraid that Gu Ling would suffer a loss. When she came out, he hurried forwards. "Ling, what did you say? What took you so long?" Looking at Gu Ling's charming and alluring appearance, Taoist Wang's heart was filled with torment. Qin Yu had handed her over to Immortal Eclipse Valley. If she were to be bullied by others, he wouldn't have the face to see his old friend again. Gu Ling finally realized what was going on. "Nothing much. We just talked about some matters related to Big Brother." She feigned a happy expression. "Hi, Master. So this senior is a friend that Big Brother met in the land of divinity and demons. He came because of the divine stone, so he helped us." She stuck out her chest, her face full of pride. "Senior said that Big Brother has already become a great figure in the land of divinity and demons and is incredibly fierce. In the future, he will bring us to the land of divinity and demons." Her face was filled with longing and longing. Taoist Wang revealed an awkward expression. He was secretly glad that he had spoken in a vague manner. Otherwise, he would have lost a great deal of face. No wonder the sect couldn't find any information about the senior, even after searching through all the ancient texts. So it turned out that he was that boy Qin Yu's friend. That couldn't be right. Just how many years had passed? Even if that boy progressed at a godly pace, he still didn't have the qualifications to be friends with such a character, right? Perhaps it was his sex senior, and to say they were friends, it was likely that little girl Ling was trying to flatter Qin Yu. That was it. Thinking he had found the reason, Taoist Wang's heart relaxed. These past days, everyone in Immortal Eclipse Valley had been afraid that Jiang Li's worries would come true. Chapter 598. At the former site of the land of sealed demons, in an extremely deep underground cave, a drop of water turned to ice and the temperature was terrifyingly low. Giant pillars of ice stood in sight. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a frozen lake formed from water droplets. The surface of the ice was sparkling and translucent. One could clearly see the black stone at the bottom of the lake as well as the skeleton wrapped in stone. Suddenly, 2 balls of soul fire appeared in the skeleton's eye sockets. An enraged roar echoed through the entire cave. "Who is it? Who are you? You dare to kill my avatar and destroy my divine sense." "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." The black stone trembled. With loud cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the frozen lake. The giant icicles shattered into pieces and rolled to the ground with a rumbling sound. The entire cave shook. It took a long time for everything to calm down. The cracks on the surface of the frozen lake began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon returning to how it was in the beginning, to the skeleton in the black stone. This frozen lake was both a protection and an unbreakable imprisonment. It couldn't break free and didn't want its main body to be trapped here forever, so it could only try its best to think of a way. Luckily, it had already placed down its chess piece. Now, it seemed that the game was set. Before long, it would have a chance to find its main body that it had lost contact with. At that time, this place would no longer be able to trap it. Soon, it's already very soon. I will finally leave this place and take back everything that I lost. After a low whisper, there was a heart-chilling laugh. Billowing waves of sound collided with the stone tablets in the cave, constantly reverberating outwards. East of the Southern Empire, on the fertile plains, Ning City, the important figures of the gold noble family that lived in a spatial fragment had all moved back to the city. This was because the great figures from the immortal sect had arrived and their cultivation auras were far too terrifying. It wasn't something that a small spatial fragment could withstand. In the city, whether it was in the light or in the dark, all of them knew that a group of mysterious and powerful cultivators had arrived in Ning City. Even the dignified Ning family had to bow and scrape to them. All of them felt uneasy and anxious. They ordered their disciples to be careful and not stir up any trouble. In the Ning family residence, the best courtyard had been cleared out for the various lords of the immortal sect to live in. The ones that served him were all direct descendants of the Ning family. The servants had already been sent away, and no one was allowed to approach him. In an exquisitely decorated hall, a group of immortal sect cultivators were gathered. Sitting in the seat of honor was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. He had an elegant demeanor and a calm bearing. He couldn't be considered handsome, but his sparkling eyes filled him with an aura of charisma. This person spoke calmly, his voice gentle and magnetic. The one who caused Fallen Wing to attack and forced him to retreat was an unfamiliar powerhouse. We don't have any information about him. As he spoke to her, he revealed a cautious expression. The existence of the divine stone has attracted the attention of everyone in the world. Some deeply hidden influences can no longer restrain themselves from making a move. We must end this matter as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the more variables there will be. An immortal sect cultivator stood up and respectfully said, "Grand Marshal, we've borrowed the power of the God Detection Array to search the entire barren lands, but we couldn't find the presence of the divine stone. Now, there are only two possibilities. The first is that the person that obtained the approval of the divine stone has left this place, and the second is that this person is hiding in a place that the God Detection Array cannot reach." Another immortal sect cultivator said, "When the divine stone's aura gathered, we were ordered to arrive at the barren lands and activated the God Detection Array. The person that obtained the approval of the divine stone absolutely hasn't left this place." The High Clarity Nether Realms Grand Marshal was also a title that stood below a single person and above tens of millions. There were at most 4 people in the High Clarity Nether Realm, and they were responsible for managing the various regions. Moreover, there were still 2 vacancies for the High Clarity Nether Realms Grand Marshal. His status was even more revered than before. But now, as he heard the report from his subordinates, this unparalleled Grand Marshal had a dignified look in his eyes. The barren lands had been in decline for tens of millions of years, and the current cultivation level was extremely low. It was impossible for a strength that could block out the God Detection Array. Then there was only one possibility left. Thinking of this, Shangguan Mingjing couldn't help but rub her sore temples. The Realm Master had paid a considerable price to exchange for the Buddha sovereign to withdraw. He placed an extremely high value on the divine stone, so how could he accept returning without any results? But if it really was that place, then no one could control what would happen after it was opened. It was highly likely that a terrifying event would occur. Thinking of this, Shangguan Mingjing couldn't help but praise the Realm Master's wisdom. Could it be that he had already predicted that there would be trouble? So he agreed to let this person travel with him? "Young Palace Master, what do you think we should do?" Decima's attitude was rather respectful. However, the person he was treating seriously was a young girl. She had a slightly puffed-up face, and there was still some baby fat on her face. Even so, no one dared to show any disrespect towards her. This was because, in terms of status, this young girl was the most respected person in the group. This was because she was the young palace master of 9 Heaven Miramoon Palace. In the immortal sect, her status was only inferior to the 3 giants. Lan Rua's back was straight and her face was cold and indifferent. Her demeanor was almost the same as her honorable master's. Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed in the depths of her eyes. She lowered her eyelids to hide it. After several breaths of time, she said, "My journey this time is under the orders of my teacher. I will follow the Grand Marshal to gain experience and increase my knowledge. I will not interfere in any specific matters, so the Grand Marshal can make his own decisions." Unfortunately, in front of the shrewd Grand Marshal, this sort of excuse was weak and immature. Shangguan Mingjing smiled. "Since young palace master doesn't oppose it, then I will take it as you agreeing." His expression turned solemn. He ordered, reporting to the immortal sect, "We are preparing to open the source of disaster in the land of exiles and search for the whereabouts of the divine stone." Lan Rua's complexion changed. She felt as if she had been dragged into this mess. She could feel the fluctuations of the several people behind her and subtly shook her head. Her teacher's orders were very strange. He had her come to the land of exiles, but didn't give her any instructions at all. He only wanted her to take a look at this land. Although the land of the exiles had once been the most dazzling place in the world where the cultivation civilization was at its peak, it had already declined for tens of millions of years and had long since become a wasteland. The highest cultivation here was a mere early divine soul. So what was there worth her paying attention to? Thus, Lan Rua felt that there was more to this than met the eye. It was just that her teacher hadn't told her about it for some reason. Only by staying in the land of exiles would she be able to learn the truth. It was because of this that she stopped the nanny arranged by the palace from speaking. The source of disaster, before her teacher left, although he had told her to be cautious. In Lan Rua's heart, the immortal sect was powerful and omnipotent. The land of exiles that had been in decline for tens of millions of years couldn't possibly have any true dangers. Even if there were, Shangguan Mingjing was strong enough to deal with them. Although she felt that the Grand Marshal was a bit sinister and cunning, Lan Rua still recognized his strength. The source of disaster? Fallen Wing was expressionless. "Since we have confirmed that the person who obtained the Divine Stone's approval is hiding inside, then open it." Within the myriad demon caves, the complexions of several demonic path powerhouses changed. One of them said, "Sir, it is rumored that the source of disaster hides an extremely terrifying power. An ancestor of my demonic path once passed down an order not to open it should we make a decision on this matter first." Fallen Wing lightly said, "Are you saying that I cannot make this decision?" The person's complexion paled. He hurriedly explained, "I have no disrespect for you at all." Before he finished speaking, he was sent flying away. He crashed into the ground, blood spraying out from his nose and mouth. Fallen Wing's eyes darkened. "I have already said that I will open the source of disaster. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone fell silent out of fear. Soon, the sea races received news that the immortal sect and demonic path would be opening the source of disaster. When this news spread out, the entire sea races were shaken. Even the branch that had won the competition for the heart of the divine stone refused. Unlike the immortal sect and demonic path, the sea races knew more about the source of disaster. Many ancient texts had been passed down. Tens of millions of years ago, there was a heaven-shaking change that caused the sea races to suffer heavy casualties. From that moment on, the royal branch began to decline. If the source of disaster was opened, who knew what sort of terrifying scene would appear? Even if they had to give up on the divine stone, they absolutely could not open it. The Grand Marshal and Fallen Wing personally arrived at the coastline to negotiate with the 8 great branches of the sea races. Their attitudes were unyielding. The sea races' territory was vast and boundless. Powerhouses rose up in great numbers, and masters were as common as trees in a forest. But They lacked a peak existence that could suppress generations and shock the world. Facing the pressure of the immortal sect and demonic path, they had no choice but to bow their heads. The sea races agreed to hand over the key to open the source of disaster, but they wouldn't participate. All of this occurred during the 7 days that Pill Crucible was healing him. When Qin Yu and Gu Ling are reunited, the immortal sect and demonic path had gathered at the land of sealed demons, the legendary Cursed Wilderness. Fallen Wing led the way. The Dark Night Demon region was on the left, and Grand Marshal Shangguan Mingjing was on the right. The first immortal sect and demonic path collided, splitting the skies in half. To the left, it was pitch black. Demonic phantoms appeared, their roars shaking the heavens. To the right, the skies were bright and clear. Heavenly flowers sprinkled down from the heavens, and celestial music lingered in the air. Fallen Wing's complexion darkened. Shangguan, I still remember that sword strike from the past. The Grand Marshal smiled. Your fist is also fresh in my memory. Fallen Wing fiercely smiled. Once you enter the source of disaster, don't give me a chance to attack. Otherwise, I will send you to hell without hesitation. The Grand Marshal's smile widened. Likewise. Humph. Fallen Wing composed himself. Let's begin. He lifted a hand. 2 square jade pillars floated above his palm. The surface of each pillar was covered with mottled scars, as if they had experienced a great catastrophe. What was strange was that there was a key in each of these 2 jade pillars, but the jade pillars seemed to blend together without the least bit of a mark on them. It was as if the key had grown out of the jade pillar. The keys in these jade pillars were the key to opening the source of disaster. One of them came from the sea races. The Grand Marshal turned his hand and took out the 3rd key from the immortal sect. Hum, hum, hum. The 3 jade pillars seemed to respond to each other. They gently trembled, and the keys within erupted with an incomparably radiant light. This light blended together like water and milk, turning into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Within Immortal Eclipse Valley, Qin Yu's complexion changed. His figure flickered, and he appeared outside. He looked up into the distant horizon. The beam of light that shot into the heavens and the aura it emitted caused his mind to tighten. Senior, what happened? Daoist Wang and Jiang Li hurried over. Qin Yu said in a low voice, there will be a great change in the land of exiles. Immediately seal up Immortal Eclipse Valley and do not leave unless necessary. With a flick of his sleeves, 13 sword phantoms howled into the skies. After tearing apart the clouds, they submerged into the earth. Whoosh, whoosh. Tens of millions of sword lights instantly appeared, turning into a thick curtain of swords that protected the entirety of Immortal Eclipse Valley. This sword array obtained from the Sea of Purgatory was enough to resist the bombardment of a calamity immortal. After finishing his preparations, Qin Yu no longer delayed. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. Bang! A deep and dull sound spread into everyone's ears. It was like a great door that had been sealed for countless years had been opened. A black vortex appeared in the skies. It was thousands of miles wide, and its shadow covered the entire wilderness. An inconceivably large stone gate appeared from the vortex, rapidly condensing from illusory to material. With just a glance, everyone who saw it felt their blood freeze over and their souls tremble with endless fear. It was like behind this stone gate was a great terror that could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the powerful Fallen Wing and Decima had dignified expressions. A sharp light burst out from their eyes. As if by prior agreement, the 2 of them took a step forwards. Their auras erupted like volcanoes sweeping through the world. This was a warning to those who coveted the source of chaos in the dark, telling them not to try and enter it first. But in truth, these 2 great figures were overthinking things. This was because, although the stone gate had appeared, it had no intention of opening at all. It remained indifferently closed, keeping everyone outside. Decima's complexion darkened. The key isn't right. Of the 3 square jades, the key that came from the sea folk was emitting a much dimmer light. Fallen Wing roared, "Sea folk, you are seeking death!" Who? A pair of wings unfurled behind him. He was about to shatter space and leave to find the sea folk to settle accounts. But at this time a calm voice sounded out. "There is no need to trouble yourself. The final key should be in my hands." Fallen Wing fiercely turned around. "It's you." "Cheen, you stepped through the void." His voice was light. "Fallen Wing, we meet again." With just a few words, Decima knew that the person in front of him was the mysterious powerhouse that had confronted Fallen Wing 7 days ago. His thoughts raced, and he extinguished some of his cold and cruel thoughts. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Immortal Sex, lucid nether realms, grand, martial greets, fellow Taoist. May I ask if what fellow Taoist says is true?" Cheen Yu lightly said, "Of course." He lifted a hand, and a jade pillar appeared. It was imprisoned in his palm by strength so that its aura couldn't leak out. Even so, it caused the other 3 jade pillars to tremble. It was clear that they came from the same source. For more information, see Chapter 233, Key. Looking at the jade pillar in his hand, Cheen Yu sighed with emotion. He never thought that the jade pillar that the sea folk priests had gifted him in the past would actually be hiding such a great secret. The jade slips that the priests had left behind in the past had said that this object was related to the secrets of the world and was the key to awakening the sea spirit. And now it was actually related to the source of disaster. Although Cheen Yu didn't know what the source of disaster was, his expression was calm, as if he had a card up his sleeve. If he could take out the key, then no one would have thought that he didn't know anything about it. Decima decisively said, "If fellow Taoist can take out the key, then you have the qualifications to enter the source of disaster with us." Fallen Wing's eyes flashed with a cold light before he composed himself. He knew that the immortal sect had already agreed, and he couldn't oppose them anymore. Otherwise, he would be pushing this mysterious powerhouse towards the immortal sect. Chapter 599. Cheen Yu lightly said, "Thank you 2 fellow Taoists for helping me. But before I enter the source of chaos, I hope that you 2 can share some information about the source of chaos with me." Fallen Wing's expression was cold. "Are you threatening us?" Who said the cruel was brainless? With just a few words, he had pushed Cheen Yu to the side of immortals and demons. For him to be able to mix his way into the eternal darkness demonic region and become someone second only to the divine throne, his methods were sharp and incisive. Cheen Yu's expression didn't change. "You are overthinking things. I just want our cooperation to be a bit more sincere." He paused for a moment. Of course, if the eternal darkness demon region really wants to understand it that way, then that is up to you. If he removed the immortal sect and pointed his spear at the eternal night demon region, then he would have to sit firmly in the middle and not rely on either side. This was the most difficult thing to do. In order to avoid being attacked by both sides, he had to make a choice. Shangguan Mingjing's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "The source of chaos has been opened today. Information about it will soon spread. If you want a copy, you can have it." He raised his hand and tossed the jade scroll. The source of chaos was a secret to begin with, and the immortal sect's records regarding it were mostly vague. Furthermore, Decima had erased several key parts of it, making it even less valuable. But what he didn't know was that what Cheen Yu lacked was this seemingly worthless information. Otherwise, if his eyes were blind, he wouldn't have any confidence at all. He was all smiles as he took the jade scroll. "Thank you, Grand Marshal." The Grand Marshal waved his hand. "Fellow Taoist, are you related to my immortal sect?" Cheen Yu simply replied, "Our origins are extremely deep." The smile on Decima's face grew brighter. "Just as I expected. I feel that I'm in tune with you. If there's a chance in the future, we should get to know each other better." Cheen Yu smiled and nodded, seeing the 2 of them flirting with each other, looking like they were getting more and more into each other. Fallen Wing's face turned livid. He sneered and said, "Stop wasting time. Open the stone door." Decima laughed, not angry at all. He gestured towards Chinyu and said, "Fellow Taoist, please." Whether it was true or false, Chinyu's willingness to approach the immortal sect was a good thing for them, given the current situation. With the words of both sides, it was nearly impossible for him to cooperate with the demonic path again. That was enough. Chinyu spread his fingers, and the imprisoning strength vanished. The square jade pillar in his hand flew out on its own, fusing together with the jade pillar left behind by the sea folk. Rumble! In the black vortex in the sky, a giant stone door slowly opened. A desolate, and extermination aura flowed out. The sparse, gray-leafed vegetation growing in the wilderness beneath their feet was rapidly turning yellow and withering. Chinyu's complexion changed. This aura could actually seep into a person's body and extinguish their life force. With a thought, his cultivation exploded, blocking the aura flowing out of the stone door. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from above. A layer of black light was propped up from the inside of the stone door, forming the outline of a malevolent claw. It was as if a devil slumbering in the depths of hell had been awakened and was about to descend upon the mortal world. Although the black light seemed thin, it contained unimaginable power. No matter how the ferocious claws crazily scratched at it, they were unable to break it. It was unknown what happened in the world behind the stone door, but with a pained howl, the sharp claws finally retreated. But what happened in just a few short breaths of time was enough to make anyone feel just how terrifying the black light was. The immortal cultivators and demonic cultivators all had dignified expressions on their faces. However, this couldn't scare away their determination to obtain the divine stones. Fallen Wing roared, "Go!" With a flick of his sleeves, the demonic path cultivators shot into the skies. The Grand Marshal lightly said, "Cultivators of the immortal sect, follow me into the source of disaster." The immortal sect naturally wouldn't give the demonic path a chance to take the initiative. Chinyu was the last to arrive. As he approached the stone door, his eyes flashed. There were still fluctuations of divine stones left on the stone door. The chicken overlord really was hiding here. Although he had already guessed this, it wasn't until he confirmed it that Chinyu finally relaxed. If it weren't for saving this fellow, he wouldn't have bothered to interfere in the battle between the immortal sect and the eternal darkness demon region. The black light that sealed the stone door didn't block the outside world from entering. As he entered, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy, cold swamp. He was wrapped up in layers and began to sink deeper and deeper. The general feeling was like cold and wet tongues constantly licking at his exposed flesh and blood. The process took an unexpectedly long time. Everything around him was pitch black. Occasionally, he could hear the sound of someone gulping down saliva. Chinyu's body tensed. His blood energy boiled as he prepared to fight. But some existence hidden in the darkness seemed to sense his tyrannical strength and hesitated for a moment before retreating. Ah! Several pitiful screams echoed out, accompanied by deep and wild fluctuations of strength. In the dense darkness, there was an additional smell of blood. It was like a thick fog beneath the blazing sun. As the sun rose, it gradually dissipated. Light shone through the darkness, finally filling the entire field of vision. It was unexpectedly bright, as if 100 suns had lit up at the same time. Chinyu narrowed his eyes to block out the light, but he still felt a stinging pain in his heart. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. 5 skeletons fell to the ground, incomparably pale. If it weren't for the fact that they were still wearing clothes and the blood on them hadn't scattered, it would have looked as if they had been buried underground for countless years. Looking at these skeletons that had all their life force sucked away, the immortal and demonic cultivators all had shocked and angry expressions. Fallen Wing and Decima had dignified expressions, their eyes gloomy. Who would have thought that even though the two of them were personally overseeing this place, they would still suffer losses as soon as they entered the source of chaos? Looking up into the skies, one could see that there was a black vortex thousands of miles wide. As for the stone door within the vortex, it was exactly the same as the outside world. It was like a projection, but also like the sky was a clear pool of water that could clearly reflect everything outside. It was incomparably strange. Suddenly, there was a light kacha-kacha that entered everyone's ears. When they saw the source of the sound, they felt their hairs stand on end. They saw that the 5 skeletons that had fallen to the ground, their life force completely extinguished. Now, they were shaken as they crawled up from the ground. In their empty eye sockets, 2 ghostly green flames ignited. A massive gray fog appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the 5 skeletons. Suppressed roars echoed out from the fog. Soon, when the fog scattered, the 5 skeletons had regrown their flesh and blood, restored to their original appearance. It was just that their eyes were a ghostly green and their skin was deathly white, without the slightest hint of blood. Roar! The 5 people roared out together. A terrifying aura of specters erupted. "Stay behind and accompany us." "None of you leave." Bang! The ground exploded. 5 figures rushed out like bolts of lightning, their speed astonishing. "Hai Ching, I am Ching Jun. Hurry and wake up." An immortal sect cultivator cried out in alarm. As he looked at the figures rushing towards him, he tried to awaken his memories. Puff! A hand tore through his chest and abdomen, piercing through his back. This hand was also holding a beating heart. "Ching Jun, you are my best friend, so of course you wouldn't have the heart to watch me suffer here alone. So come with me." He pulled back his hand and placed the heart into his mouth, chewing on it. As blood splashed out, he wildly laughed. Decima flicked his sleeves, and a formidable strength sent Hai Ching flying away. He exploded into countless pieces in midair. He coldly said, "They have already become specters. We cannot hold back any longer." But soon, his complexion became even uglier. This was because after Hai Ching was killed, his broken bones and rotting flesh began to bounce around, gathering together. As they came into contact with each other, they began to rapidly regenerate, like a dazzling jigsaw puzzle. In just several blinks of an eye, this person had completely regenerated. He stretched his neck and strange and deep laughter came from his mouth. "Decima, you cannot kill us." On the other side, Chang Jun's corpse rapidly rotted away, turning into white bones. Then, a gray fog wrapped around him and the 6th newly born specter appeared. The resurrected Chang Jun licked his lips with a black tongue. He excitedly said, "So much sweet flesh and blood, I really can't wait." Decima lifted a hand and pressed down. A powerful strength rolled out like a tide, sucking in Hai Ching and Ching Jun. Then, the 2 of them were torn to pieces. But his complexion didn't relax at all. Rather, it became even uglier. This was because Decima could clearly feel that he hadn't been able to kill the 2 of them. In this part of the world, there seemed to be some sort of rule that protected them. Was this the source of disaster? No wonder the immortal sect dreaded this place so much. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at the specters of the immortal and demonic path cultivators that couldn't be killed. He naturally thought back to his experiences in the sea mausoleum. The specters there also couldn't be killed. Both sides were similar in this aspect, but the specters of the source of disaster were clearly more terrifying. They retained their own consciousness. Was there some sort of connection between the sea mausoleum and this place? Before Qin Yu could think any further, the specters of the immortal and demonic path cultivators reared their heads back and howled into the heavens. Their mournful cries spread out into the distance. There was no sun, but in the dazzling skies, winds began to rise. The billowing black clouds were like ink being poured into water, wildly spreading outwards. They were calling out to their companions. This thought instantly appeared in everyone's minds. Fallen Wing raised his hands, and a black halo of light covered them. Within the halo of light, it instantly turned pitch black, as if it were an eternally cold ice that could freeze all. The howling stopped, but the black clouds in the skies didn't scatter. Rather, as time passed, more and more of them appeared. Your Excellency, it is already too late for you to take action. Ha ha ha! To be able to exist forever with your Excellency is our highest honor. Fallen Wing clenched his fists. The darkness instantly shattered, turning into motes of stars that vanished from sight. What disappeared along with it were the specters of the 6 immortal and demonic path cultivators. Feeling the complex gazes of those around him, Fallen Wing's complexion became increasingly ugly. What he used was the great supernatural ability of the eternal darkness demon domain. Although it seemed ordinary, the consumption was extremely serious. He looked up and met Decima's gaze. Both of them were expressionless, but both of them felt a bit helpless in their hearts. If they knew that the situation would reach this step, they would have made their move earlier. The rules protected them, and they couldn't kill them. But to a transcendent calamity, immortal realm supreme being, breaking the rules wasn't difficult at all. But now, it was too late for regrets. They could only deal with each move as they came. But in this situation, perhaps they could obtain other harvests, for instance, using someone else to do their dirty work. Eternal darkness, descend! Fallen Wing roared. The cultivators under his command also attacked. Darkness spread out, covering them within. The movements of the immortal sect cultivators weren't slow at all. Crystal clear lotuses began to bloom above everyone's heads, sprinkling down ribbons of divine light that condensed into essence. Qin Yu was left outside. If he couldn't resist this great terror that came from the source of disaster, then the immortal and demonic sides would have one less powerful opponent. In the next moment, a cage of white bones descended from the black clouds above their heads. It was like a giant bamboo basket woven from human bones. It hung upside down on the ground, covering everyone within. All living beings that intrude into the world of the departed will use their own flesh and blood as sacrifices to exchange for the forgiveness of the undead God. As the representative of God, I bestow upon you death. Deep and strange syllables carried with them a rich aura of years. As they entered the ears, one could naturally understand its meaning. Their souls trembled. Endless fear rose up from their instincts, as if death was about to arrive. The cage of white bones erupted with light. Figures walked out from the light. They wore ancient war robes, and their eyes were ghostly green. They were different from the departed spirits that the immortal and demonic cultivators had turned into. They didn't seem to have their own consciousness. Their ghostly green eyes surged with nothing but slaughter and destruction. Kill! Loud shouts rang out like thunder. Even the immortal and demonic cultivators couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but feel fear. It wasn't that they were weak, but that these people in ancient war robes seemed to have emerged from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Their slaughter and slaughter auras soared to the heavens. Great Zhou's war army. Decima cried out. His pupils shrank as a rumor appeared in his mind. In the past, the great Zhou dynasty was in turmoil, but the war army that guarded the imperial capital still maintained an incomparably potent combat strength. They fought in all directions, and after hundreds of battles, they had never been defeated. But in some great war, this war army mysteriously vanished. The great Zhou dynasty fell into a state of panic, speeding up the destruction of the great Zhou dynasty. He never thought that the great Zhou's war army that had vanished tens of millions of years ago would appear here. Fallen Wing roared, "Defend with all your strength!" The great Zhou's war army was known as the #1 offensive force in the world. They were unstoppable in destroying cities and slaughtering trillions of lives. No one dared to underestimate them in the least. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. Even if he didn't know the name of the great Zhou's war army, he could clearly feel from their aura that they weren't to be trifled with. No matter how tyrannical their strength was, if they were to fall into an encirclement, even if they grew 3 heads and 6 arms, they still wouldn't be able to deal with these villains. Qin Yu stepped forwards and drew backwards. He couldn't wait for them to surround him. He could only take the initiative to attack. He lifted a hand and punched out. A wild strength surged out like a raging sea. Several war army soldiers were sent flying away. But then, a scene that made one suck in a breath of cold air appeared. Several war army soldiers crashed into the ground, but they didn't seem to be injured at all. They climbed back up and roared in anger. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He hadn't held back his punch just now, but he still hadn't been able to completely break through their defenses. Just what were these people? Even if they were made of iron, they should have turned into metal by now. This made Qin Yu even more determined that he couldn't stay here and wait for death. He had to think of a way to escape from here. He raced forwards, his blood energy billowing like a true dragon. All the war army soldiers he passed were sent flying away. The white bone cage appeared in front of him. He lifted a hand and bent his fingers backwards, as if he were pulling back a giant bowstring. A radiant silver light rapidly condensed. He released his hand, and there was the sound of breaking air. The space it passed through seemed to be imprisoned, fiercely twisting, but didn't collapse. In the next moment, the all-out path of metal slashed down on the white bone cage. With a dull puff, the silver light submerged into it. A giant cut mark appeared on the white bone cage. But before Qin Yu could reveal a happy expression, the white bone cage rapidly wriggled and the cut mark vanished from sight. Although he already expected that the white bone cage wouldn't be easily broken, Qin Yu still couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Undying, can we leave here?" The path of metal was futile. Qin Yu was well aware that it was impossible for him to succeed with his strength alone. If he wanted to preserve his life, he had to find Undying. In these past years, he had used his actions to prove that he had an unrivaled ability to escape. Undying's voice rang out. The space and white bone cage have become one. If you want to leave, you can only break through the cage. Qin Yu's complexion became even uglier. Luckily, Undying's voice continued to ring out. "I might have a way to open the white bone cage, but I will need time. Hurry up and do it." Qin Yu only had time to reply with these words before his figure was submerged in a tidal wave of soldiers. With a loud rumble, a wild strength erupted and the soldiers were sent flying away, one after another. But, under their fearless encirclement, Qin Yu's figure was never revealed again. The immortal and demonic cultivators naturally attracted even more soldiers. They lifted their spears and threw them out with all their might. They were like golden arrows that cut through the skies. Although they already knew that the great Zhou army was known for their unparalleled offense, only by experiencing it for themselves did they realize just how terrifying they were. Eternal Darkness Descent and Pre-Celestial Ice Lotus were famous defensive supernatural abilities of the Dark Night Demon region and High Clarity Nether realm. They could gather the strength of everyone to form a formidable shield. With the cultivations of Fallen Wing and the Grand Marshal, as well as the many powerhouses under them, if they joined forces, they could resist an entire army. But now, Eternal Darkness Descent formed a curtain of night. The ribbons hanging down from the pre-celestial ice lotus violently trembled, as if they were water under the assault of a torrential rain. Although there was no immediate danger of collapse, the immortal and demonic cultivators all paled. If they lost their protection, besides several great figures, everyone else would be instantly nailed to the ground by spears. Just what sort of place was the source of disaster? To think that it was actually hiding such a terrifying, spectral strength. None of the confidence they had before entering was left. This was because this was only their first encounter after entering the source of disaster. Who knew what other terrifying existences were hidden in its depths? Lan Rua paled, but she didn't panic. As the young palace master of Nine Heaven Mirrormoon Palace, she knew far more than others. Those from the immortal sex had great treasures in their hands. Although they didn't dare to say that they could conquer the world, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape. At this time, she couldn't help but look outside the ice lotus, at the area submerged by the army, her eyebrows furrowed together. Although Lan Rua couldn't be considered experienced, she believed that she was calm enough. She wasn't someone who could be easily moved by beauty. But for some reason, when she first saw this person, she couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. This feeling was abrupt and strange, causing Lan Rua to jump in fright. She immediately suppressed her thoughts and focused her mind. Only after confirming that her cultivation method was operating normally did she relax. She cultivated the sublime lost emotion code. Although she had only touched upon the threshold of it, she didn't have many unnecessary fluctuations in her emotions. To think that she would have a favorable impression of a stranger, no wonder Lan Rua would think in that direction. Her cultivation method was normal. There was no abnormality in her body. Then what was going on? After looking at him for a long time, although she couldn't find an answer, she still felt a bit of admiration. No wonder even someone as arrogant as Fallen Wing had chosen to temporarily endure it. This mysterious cultivator's strength was truly tyrannical. She hoped that he didn't die. Of course, there was no other deeper meaning to this thought. Lan Rua simply wanted to find out why she was inexplicably close to him. Qin Yu didn't know that he had already been targeted by a little girl. He was panting for breath, and every time he took a breath, he felt a burning pain in his chest. A small purple fist mark had appeared on his chest. If it weren't for the Saint Sun robe mitigating most of the power, Qin Yu suspected that he would have been directly killed by this fist. Luckily, the army that had sneak attacked him seemed to have some sort of limitation. After punching out, it fell silent for a long time. At this time, Qin Yu's heart fiercely shrank and all the hairs on his body stood up. He tumbled to the side and dodged the fist behind him. His eyes rapidly turned and he was finally able to capture its trajectory. This small fist was fair and delicate. Through the fair and delicate skin, one could even see the blue blood vessels quietly spreading out. But this small fist that could be called beautiful had nearly killed him in a single strike. Bang! The ground shook and a fist mark instantly appeared. It was pitch black, reaching deep into the ground. It was unknown just how deep it was. There wasn't even the slightest crack around it. All of the strength had struck where the fist mark was. Qin Yu's mind shook. The higher the level of strength, the more difficult it was to control. This was why there were powerhouses that could cause the earth to shake with just a wave of their hand. It wasn't that they liked to show off, but that they simply couldn't control the fluctuations of strength that they naturally emitted. It was just like when a person walked, there would always be a gust of wind that would stir up the fallen leaves and weeds. The owner of this fist had truly managed to control all of their strength and concentrate it at a single point, not allowing it to spread or leak outwards. Perhaps his or her true cultivation base was not very strong, but because of this concentration, he or she possessed a terrifying, explosive power. This could also explain why there was a long interval between the fist's attacks. They should have needed to make some preparations before they were able to erupt with their strength. Knowing this, Qin Yu relaxed a little. He stood up from the ground in a distressed manner, but when he looked back, that delicate fist had already vanished from sight. Undying, how much longer do you need? Qin Yu had successfully avoided the second fist, but he didn't have full confidence he could avoid the third. With his current condition, if he were to be struck again, he would be severely wounded at the very least. Undying's voice sounded out, "Wait a little longer." His voice was slightly hoarse and tired, but there was also a bit of excitement that couldn't be concealed. Like a shark that smelled blood, Qin Yu was left speechless. "Big brother, I'm about to be beaten to death. So how come you feel like you're about to go into heat?" Suddenly, majestic syllables echoed out from the bone cage. The war army seemed to be urged, and the frequency of their attacks instantly sped up. At the same time, a portion of the war army that was attacking the mortal and demonic armies actually rushed out, all of them rushing towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's complexion instantly changed. He was barely holding on right now. If the war army had doubled in number, then even without those delicate fists attacking him, he would still be beaten to death. Undying, if you delay any longer, then you will have to collect my corpse for me. All right, attack the bone cage. I will bring Master out. Bang! The ground shook and a wild shockwave of strength swept out, sending the surrounding war army flying away. Qin, you could clearly hear the creaking of his leg bones. But he couldn't care about the aching pain anymore. He turned and rushed towards the bone cage. He took several steps forwards, and the bone cage appeared in front of him. Qin Yu lifted his hand, and a common-looking shadow quietly wrapped around his fist. The fist fell, and Qin Yu was shaken back several steps. A mark appeared on the surface of the bone cage. Immediately after, strands of gray lines drilled out from the mark and quickly spread along the bones. When they covered the size of a person, all the gray lines instantly tightened, like incomparably sharp blades, cutting the bones into countless pieces. Although it was fast, now was the time. Qin Yu leapt up, like a large fish breaking free from its shackles. But at this time his complexion changed. A delicate fist appeared in his line of sight, but he couldn't dodge, otherwise he would lose his chance to escape. Ah! With a loud shout, his bones began to rumble. Qin Yu's body grew several inches, and he raised his fist to meet the fist. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion, like two stars colliding. Qin Yu's entire arm emitted loud crackling sounds as his bones broke into countless pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away like a sandbag. He instantly rushed out of the bone cage. The moment the gap in the cage of bones closed up, Qin Yu saw the owner of that fist. Her petite body seemed weak and frail in the midst of the many tall and burly soldiers. Her eyes were as black as ink, icy cold, and without any fluctuations. Before he landed, Qin Yu roared out loud, "Undying, let's go!" Hum! Space twisted around him, and he vanished from sight. Within the bone cage, the war army had been split in half. The place where they had crazily attacked was now empty. Lan Ruo revealed a look of disappointment. Had he died? It seemed that she no longer had a chance to clarify the confusion in her heart. She turned around and lightly said, "Grand Marshal, let's leave." She could naturally see that Shangguan Mingjing had deliberately stayed here in order to borrow the strength of the great Chu war army to kill this mysterious powerhouse. Lan Ruo didn't want him to die, but she wouldn't interfere with the Grand Marshal's decision. Compared to her curiosity, the interests of the immortal sect were far more important. Source of disaster, in a cave somewhere, several specter skeletons were scattered on the ground. The surface of each bone was covered with gray lines, making it impossible for them to revive. Undying stood at the entrance of the cave, his hands behind his back as he looked at the bright skies outside. Although he was silent, one could clearly feel the surging emotions in his heart. Deep within the cave, Qin Yu let out a long breath. His eyes flashed open, and a sharp light flashed through them. He clenched his fists, feeling the slight soreness in them. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The demon body's regenerative abilities were indeed incomparably potent. When combined with the strengthening abilities of the water and wood paths, breaking bones and tearing muscles wasn't anything at all. At most in 1 or 2 days, his severed arm would be restored to its original state. "Master, you've woken up." Undying turned and walked over. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "I must apologize to Master." Qin Yu's smile stiffened. His lips twitched several times. "Don't tell me that you were able to open the bone cage a long time ago." Undying simply nodded. Qin Yu's field of vision darkened. He really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood and drown this bastard. How heavy were those 2 punches of that little girl? She had nearly beaten him to death. But in the end, it was all thanks to Undying. Qin Yu took several deep breaths to suppress the anger in his belly. He clenched his teeth and said, "You had best hurry up and explain yourself." Chapter 600. Qin Yu was startled. He frowned. "It's related to the bone cage?" Undying nodded and then shook his head. "It is only a primer." He stamped his feet and pointed towards the sky outside the cave. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. "The source of disaster is related to you?" 1,000,000,000 years ago, the land of exiles was a prosperous cultivation civilization. Powerhouses were as common as the rain, and they were even more dazzling than the current land of divinity and demons. But one day, disaster arrived upon this land. Life withered, and powerhouses died for no reason. As for what exactly happened afterwards, it was impossible to find out. In the end, the source of the disaster was sealed away. Even the few influences that knew of its existence called it the source of disaster. The information in the jade slip that the Grand Marshal gave him was extremely simple. But even though it was just a few simple sentences, one could feel the great terror contained within. Undying's origins were mysterious, and his various methods were unfathomable. Qin Yu guessed countless possibilities, but he was still shaken so much that his field of vision turned black. It had to be known that this was the main culprit that caused the land of exiles to fall into its current state. Even more formidable than the land of divinity and demons, how many characters that shined upon the highest heavens like suns and stars had perished in that great turmoil? Facing Qin Yu's shocked and speechless eyes, Undying calmly nodded. As this simple action fell into Qin Yu's eyes, it was no less than 1,000,000,000,000 bolts of thunder striking his mind, smashing his consciousness to pieces. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu's eyes regained focus. He glanced at the quietly waiting Undying and bitterly smiled. "I suddenly have a feeling that I want to hug his thigh." Undying smiled. "Does Master not want to know what is going on?" Qin Yu quickly nodded. He didn't need to use his ears to know that this was an astonishing event. Of course he wanted to know. Undying didn't pause. His gentle voice echoed out as he told Qin Yu a story that happened a long, long time ago. There were many parts that were obscure and unclear, but Qin Yu was able to roughly understand what happened. The summary was as follows. Undying's family adopted a very talented orphan. They vigorously raised the orphan and quickly grew him up. In order to ensure that they could control the orphan forever, Undying's family used a secret technique to place an extremely powerful spell in the orphan's soul. With the restriction in hand, the immortal family clan was completely at ease with the orphan. They began to give him more and more strength and precious resources. The orphan grew into the most dazzling figure of the younger generation. Many years later, a great opportunity appeared. In order to seize it, the immortal clan sent an orphan to lead the clan's direct descendants. In reality, the orphan's talent was far more frightening than what he had shown. He had discovered the indestructible clan's restriction a long time ago, but he had endured it and never revealed it. In the struggle for the great lucky chance, the orphan broke through the shackles of his soul and killed all the direct descendants. He even took away a powerful treasure from the Undying family. Because of this, the indestructible family quickly declined and turned into bubbles in the long river of history. The orphans could not completely control the treasure, so they could only throw it into another world and use the long years to refine it bit by bit. That treasure was called the spectral calamity. It was also the source of disaster that Qin Yu was currently in. There was so much information in this that it made Qin Yu dizzy. He rubbed his temples and lifted a finger. First question, what does another world mean? Undying said, "It's a simple literal meaning. Master, do you think that the Tribulation Immortal Realm is the end of cultivation and that there are only living beings here in the universe? Did you forget how you brought back Mimi's other world? In fact, you have already come into contact with information about multiple worlds. Are there many worlds? Very many. Although in essence, there are no differences between worlds. Some worlds have powerful sources that can breed and cultivate extremely terrifying life forms. Some worlds have weak sources, so they are extremely weak. Undying thought for a moment. Perhaps that isn't entirely true. I once heard that deep in the universe there are some worlds that have withered away to the point where it is impossible to cultivate. The life forms of those worlds have opened up another great Tao called science and technology. They are as weak as ants, but they can rely on external objects to possess the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Qin Yu licked his dry lips. What about the world we live in? Undying simply replied, before the spectral calamity was used, it could reach an ordinary level. Now it is only inferior. To be able to breed a terrifying calamity immortal realm world that could break through the rules of the universe and reverse the course of time. If Undying said that it was inferior, then just how terrifying were the powerhouses of the superior worlds? As if he had guessed Qin Yu's thoughts, Undying glanced at him. He lightly said, "The world my family lives in can barely be considered superior. For the fierce characters there, destroying the world is a bit difficult, but it is only a bit difficult." Qin Yu's entire body stiffened. Even with his current boundary, he was still 108,000 miles away from breaking through the terrifying limits of a world. The second question. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes bright. How do I go to other worlds? Undying's calm voice revealed a hint of praise. You are truly worthy of being my master. You were able to stabilize your mind so quickly and didn't lose your confidence. He lifted his hand and clenched his fist. Leaving a world is simple. All you need is a single punch. But this punch needs to cause the world source to feel pain that seeps into the marrow so that it has no choice but to bestow a portion of its strength to you. With the world source, you can freely enter and exit other worlds. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. To punch a world source in submission. Just thinking about it caused his blood to boil with excitement. Qin Yu took several deep breaths and calmed his tumbling thoughts. He lifted a third finger and said, "The third question. The spectral disaster is your family's treasure. Do you have a way to obtain its recognition?" Undying laughed. "Master, I really admire you. When you look at a problem, you can always hit the nail on the head." His laughter faded and his voice became incomparably dignified. "To be honest, I don't have much confidence I can do it. But since I've recovered my memories, I have to give it a try. Master, you should be wondering why I never mentioned that person's name in my narration. The reason is simple. With his potential after so many years, he must have become a great figure that looks down upon the highest heavens. Even if we aren't in the same world, if I mention his name, he will still sense it. The spectral disaster was thrown into this world by him and is being refined by the power of trillions of specters. Once I try to awaken it, that person will sense it. It will take some time to break open the world source. If I cannot complete it before he arrives, all that awaits me is death. Moreover, even if that person cannot descend, he can still summon the powerful specters slumbering in the spectral disaster and prevent me from awakening it." Qin Yu frowned. "You can't hide it?" Undying shook his head. Qin Yu asked, "Must you try?" Undying nodded. Qin Yu sighed. "How confident are you?" 20%. Tell me the truth. 15%. Undying coughed. "That's not too small of a chance. No matter who it was, they would still give it their all." Qin Yu was left speechless. This was a matter that was close to death, and yet he could speak of it in such a majestic manner. There was simply no one else with such a mentality. He took a deep breath. "If I help you, how much more confident can I be?" Undying coughed again and again. Qin Yu's face turned green. If he didn't intervene, then wouldn't the chances be even slimmer? This bastard. Qin Yu clenched his teeth for a long time. Then he cursed out loud. "You bastard, it hasn't been easy for me to live until now. If you kill me, then even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." Undying laughed. "Master, have you really thought it through? There is no medicine for regret in this world." "Shut up, you bastard." If I don't help you, then you will absolutely die. Qin Yu slapped his forehead. My luck has always been excellent. I can always turn misfortune into fortune. I hope I can smoothly pass this time as well. Undying nodded again and again. Master, rest assured that we will definitely succeed. Screw off, don't bother me. I need to go into seclusion. I need to recover before I can go all out. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. 2 days later, after determining that all of his injuries had been restored to their original state, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a look of unflinching fear in the face of death. Let's go. Undying nodded. With a flick of his sleeves, space twisted in front of him, and he stepped into it with Qin Yu. In the deepest depths of the source of chaos, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the spectral scourge, there was an incomparably massive stone pillar that broke through the earth and pierced into the heavens. It was unknown how high it was, but it submerged into the clouds. The stone pillar was filled with the aura of time. It had existed for countless years. The runes on its surface had become mottled and indistinct beneath the corrosion of time. Suddenly, beneath the stone pillar, space fluctuated. 2 figures walked out. They were Undying and Qin Yu. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. This stone pillar? Undying said, the ones I saw in the sea spirit tomb were imitations of it. They only look similar, but the difference in strength is like the heavens and earth. He lifted a hand and pointed. There are a total of 107 such stone pillars in the entire spectral scourge. But I only need to subdue one of them to awaken it. Master, are you ready? Once I start, I cannot stop, so I have no time to care about anything else. If the specters attack, then I can only rely on you. Qin Yu's lungs nearly exploded with rage. This bastard. What bullshit 15% confidence. Did he calculate that he would attack? Qin Yu's complexion was incomparably ugly. He hatefully said, Don't speak any more nonsense, and hurry up. He couldn't just turn around and leave. Since that was the case, why waste his breath? Undying bowed. Thank you, Master. His attitude was unprecedentedly solemn. He turned and sat down cross-legged. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger at the stone pillar. The incomparably massive stone pillar that connected the heavens and earth began to tremble as his finger touched it. Kacha! Kacha! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the stone pillar. Starting from where his finger touched it, they rapidly spread upwards. Faint traces of dark golden light flowed out from these cracks. It was like this stone pillar was about to reveal its true form. Rumble, rumble. Thousands of bolts of blood-red thunder exploded at the same time. Heaven-shaking rumbles tumbled above their heads. A terrifying aura seemed as if the world would collapse. Chapter 601. In the vast sea of stars, there were billions of stars. Only the 10 suns and the 10 moons emitted light. They were eternal and inextinguishable. The sun was the great Yang, and the moon was the great Yin. They illuminated the heavens and the earth and were the source of life in the world. On a planet near the great Yin star, a huge shadow of the moon almost occupied half the sky. Even the blazing sun could not cover its bright light. This was a lunar, worshipping planet. Almost all the cultivators on the planet cultivated with the help of the great Yin power. In a large city on the surface, the cool moonlight in a secret room gathered like flying insects and formed a shadow of the moon above her head. This was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a long white dress that made her look refined. The shadow of the moon above her head brightened and dimmed as she breathed. It was as if the two had merged into one. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. The shadow of the moon turned into countless pieces and dissipated with a bang. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her cultivation was interrupted, and she suffered a backlash. Impossible. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but it was not strange or unpleasant to the ears. Instead, it revealed a different kind of charm. Her expression was shocked. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. The shadow in the corner of the secret room surged over like a living creature and wrapped around her. When the darkness disappeared, what appeared in front of her was a man who looked feminine and had cold eyes. He took a step forward and disappeared. In the next moment, his figure appeared outside the planet. He took a deep breath and raised his palm. Light surged in his palm and condensed into a transparent ball. There were 107 shadows inside the ball. Each shadow was extremely clear. At this moment, one of the shadows was shaking violently and gradually dissipating. Seeing this, the man's expression relaxed slightly. Then he became even more gloomy. "No matter who you are, touching my things, you're courting death." He raised his hand and pointed at the ball like an arrow. With a buzz, a tremor appeared on the surface of the ball and rapidly expanded outwards. Lan Rua's heart shrank violently. Her forehead swelled and ached. She suddenly looked up at the sky and was shocked by the next scene. The gigantic chains were thick and heavy and exuded darkness. They were like the shackles used to trap demons from hell. They were densely packed and sealed off the entire sky. It was like a huge net that fell from the sky. No one could escape. For the first time, the calmness in the depths of Decima's eyes disappeared. He did not know what these chains were, but their aura caused his soul to scream in despair. It was as if he was being suppressed into a bottomless abyss, never to be reborn again. Just at this time, the ground beneath everyone's feet rumbled, and a huge crack spread out in all directions like a malevolent mouth. Decima's expression changed drastically. He waved his sleeves and gathered everyone before he flew into the sky. He lowered his head and stared at the crack on the ground. His pupils shrunk rapidly, which was enough to show how emotional he was at that moment. Rumble, chunks of earth were tossed into the air, and an incomparably terrifying arm reached out from the ground. It was simply a massive and majestic mountain range. Following that was a head comparable to the sun, and a body that could fill up an ocean. When it stood up from the ground, its shoulders were nearly level with the sky. This was a giant that only existed in legends. He was missing an arm, and the stump of his arm was still covered in frost, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The aura of the dead was frozen, turning into tiny white snowflakes that fluttered down to the ground. The giant looked down at the immortal sect crowd. Then, without any hesitation, it turned around and strode off into the distance. His steps weren't fast, but every step he took covered a terrifying distance. The mountains and rivers beneath his feet seemed to be chasing after the trajectory of the sun and moon. Rumble, rumble, the sound gradually weakened. The giant's figure vanished from everyone's sight. Lan Rua's pride and self-confidence suffered a devastating blow at this moment. She couldn't believe that such a terrifying existence existed in the source of all calamity. Its head was in the heavens, and its feet were on the earth. Its terrifying body contained a power that could destroy all. Because she cultivated the supreme emotion for getting code, Lan Rua had an extremely sharp perception. She was sure that if this giant wanted to deal with them, even someone as powerful as the Grand Marshal wouldn't be able to resist. Their only choice would be to flee, and they might not even be able to escape with their lives. Lan Rua's face paled to the extreme. She trembled as she sucked in a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. She was her master's disciple. She couldn't lose face. Grand Marshal, what is it? An immortal sect powerhouse said in a trembling voice. His half-step tribulation, immortal cultivation, didn't give him the slightest sense of security. His eyes were filled with fear. Shangguan Mingjing let out a long breath. After a long time, she said, "It is rumored that in ancient times a giant descended into the world. Its eyes were as bright as the sun and moon, and it could pluck stars with a raise of its hand. I thought it was only a legend, but I never thought I would see it with my own eyes today. It is indeed worthy of being the source of all calamity that turned the starry sea continent into its current wasteland. Perhaps it is hiding a secret that far surpasses everyone's expectations. As one of the most transcendent and powerful influences in the world, the immortal sect naturally had the qualifications to know more. But even they couldn't grasp everything about the source of all calamity. If this legendary ancient giant was able to leave this place, then it would be enough to stir up a great change in the world, even changing the heavens and earth. Luckily, this giant had already died. What was supporting him now should only be a strand of will. Shangguan Mingjing's complexion became increasingly solemn. He was already unable to imagine just how terrifying this giant would be if it were still alive. Then, who was the one that cut off its arm so many years ago? Even after such a long period of time, the chill from the severed arm still hadn't dissipated. As his thoughts raced, he couldn't help but feel a deep awe in his heart. Shangguan Mingjing recalled the Nether Domain Master's words. This world is far too vast. Perhaps what we know is only its simple surface. In the past, he might have thought that with the Domain Master status, he was far too modest. But today, the Grand Marshal somewhat understood. Perhaps the Domain Master knew more. Thus, he held awe in his heart. Let's follow. Shangguan Mingjing was silent for a long time. Then, he looked at Lan Ruo and said in a low voice, the chains that appeared in the skies, the giant that had awakened underground, all of this couldn't have happened without a reason. There must have been some heaven-shaking event occurring, and perhaps it was related to the divine stone. He wasn't willing to miss this opportunity. Of course, the Grand Marshal made this decision because the giant hadn't revealed any hostility towards them. Another reason was because he had a hidden card in his hand. Even if it was dangerous, there was a high chance he could escape. Lan Ruo pursed her lips. We will follow the Grand Marshal's decision. She also wanted to know why the giant had awoken and where it had gone. The immortal sect people groaned inwardly, but the two people with the most distinguished statuses had already reached an agreement. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only follow. The giant crossed over mountains and rivers. Every step he took left a shocking footprint on the ground. They followed these footprints all the way forwards. Soon, the complexions of those from the immortal sect changed. They saw a massive number of spectre fragments, and there were even several thousand giant spectre beasts that had lost their heads, as if their heads had been plucked off. Their massive bodies lay on the ground, completely dead. Just what was this giant's identity? Why would it wantonly slaughter spectres? And why were spectres that could resurrect so easily killed in front of this giant? The further they went, the more corpses of spectres they saw around their footprints. The strength of these spectres also became increasingly terrifying. There was a cultivator with a perfectly intact mortal body that wore ancient robes that had been smashed into a mountain. His chest completely caved in. Even though he had already died, the Grand Marshal could still feel a piercing sensation from his body that hadn't yet faded. This was a powerful spectre that could threaten him, but from the footprints on the ground, he could determine that from beginning to end, the giant's footsteps hadn't stopped at all because of his existence. At some unknown time, a fog suddenly appeared in the world. It became increasingly thick and pale, emitting a pressure that made one's heart race. One could hear rustling sounds in their ears, like the grinding of teeth. It was like a group of incomparably hungry monsters were hiding in this fog. Beads of cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. Grand Marshal had a grim expression, and a black compass appeared in his hands. But the dangers in the fog were clearly terrified of the giant. Even if it was only the footprints he left behind, no one dared to approach. The fog gradually thinned. The immortal sect people's spirits rose, and their footsteps quickened. They soon emerged from the fog. In front of them, the giant's footprints had strangely vanished from sight. But the immortal sect cultivators couldn't care about this right now, because an incomparably fierce battle was taking place in front of them. A single person was resisting tens of thousands of specters, allowing them to crash down like massive waves that blotted out the skies. Behind this person was a giant stone pillar that pierced into the heavens. The surface of the stone pillar had been eroded by the passage of time and was currently cracking and peeling off. All of the chains in the heavens were turning around this stone pillar. Grand Marshal's eyes sharpened. The cause of all this is this stone pillar. Lan Rua's eyes widened. It's him. Status, experience, temperament, and status were completely different. At first glance, the two of them had completely different priorities. Countless specters continuously drilled out from the ground. They angrily howled and rushed towards the stone pillar. A bright, lush green, filled with vitality, sprinkled down, forming a giant halo of light. Within this halo of light, saplings broke out from the earth, growing into towering trees in just several breaths of time. Their branches were like sharp swords that ruthlessly pierced into the specters. Vines stretched out, wrapping around the specters and crushing them to pieces. Even if the giant trees were destroyed, they would quickly grow back. But there were far too many specters, and they simply couldn't be killed. The forest within the green halo of light could only slow down their advance. Now that they had broken through over half of it, they would soon be able to pass through. Behind the lush green was a calm and tranquil blue sea, as if it couldn't sense the horrifying slaughter occurring outside. It was like a flat mirror, without the slightest wrinkle. Behind the sea was a dazzling silver white. Even though it was separated by the forest and the sea, one could still clearly feel the terrifying aura contained within the silver white. It was like a sword that was being tempered. Even though it hadn't fully taken form, it already possessed a terrifying strength that could cut apart the heavens and split apart the earth. Qin Yu sat outside this silver white light that was condensed from the rules of the metal path. His complexion was pale and sweat streamed down his face. He cultivated the 5-element mountain, starting with the metal path and then perceiving the water path. In the sea of Purgatory's hot spring, he had experienced the terror of life and death. Then, with the help of the power of wood, he had reached large success in the water path and smoothly stepped into the wood path. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood. When the three of them superimposed on each other, they could erupt with the greatest strength. But this sort of unreserved display of strength also consumed an incomparably shocking amount of magic power. If it weren't for Qin Yu's great willpower and his 5-element nascent souls, his magic power would have far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this. Qin Yu had already noticed that the immortal sect cultivators had arrived, but he didn't have the strength to deal with them. Undying was gathering the stone pillars with all his strength, so he had to buy as much time as he could. Decima had a bewildered expression. He looked at Qin Yu, who was resisting the specters. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain, as if he were calculating something. Suddenly, not too far away, the fog was torn apart. A wild aura mixed with monstrous killing intent swept outwards. Fallen Wing's entire body was filled with darkness. 2 wings spread out behind him, and less than 10 eternal darkness demon region cultivators followed behind him. The fog rapidly gathered. Through the gap, one could faintly hear the pitiful screams of cultivators. But it was destined that no one would turn around to save them. The fog closed, and the miserable screams vanished. Fallen Wing fell to the ground, and the darkness around him scattered, revealing his black and gold robes that were torn in many places. Decima rejoiced. Luckily, they had followed the footprints of the giants, and were able to safely pass through the fog. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the eternal darkness demon region and suffered serious casualties. Fallen Wing's icy cold eyes met Decima's. Then they separated at the same time, falling towards the stone pillar that pierced into the heavens. Just what was it? The green halo of light trembled and collapsed. The first specter that rushed out of the forest howled and plunged towards the still sea. The calm was broken. The mirror-like sea suddenly transformed into the cruelest tyrant in the world. It roared as it sucked the specters into the waves, instantly crushing them into powder. The power of the path of water erupted. The specters within the spectral disaster had fused together with the divine tool. As long as the divine tool wasn't destroyed, it would be impossible to kill them. Qin, you didn't think about fighting 10,000 alone or killing off all the specters. He only wanted to buy as much time as possible for undying. The specters that were crushed by the sea were constantly suppressed, and their recovery speed would slow. Of course, there was a limit to this suppression. As more and more specters were swept away by the sea, the suppressive strength would gradually decrease until the sea collapsed. In terms of defense, large success in the path of water could be considered at the peak of the calamity immortal realm. Even though the specters were endless, they still bought a great deal of time for Qinyu. But it would eventually collapse. The raging waves of a sea suddenly shattered. Like a giant bubble, it vanished into thin air. Qinyu looked up. His pale face was filled with tenacity, but at this time his eyebrows shot up. From the stone pillar behind him, a formidable aura spread out. Rumble, in the skies, countless thick chains wove together. They were like branches that were swept up by strong winds as they collided with each other. Undying's voice sounded out in Qinyu's mind. I still need some time to drag the immortal and demonic cultivators into the water to help you share the pressure. Qinyu's thoughts raced. He immediately revealed an anxious expression. Decima's heart shook. This stone pillar is actually connected to the source of chaos space. It is the hub that controls it. If I can refine it, I can control the entire source of chaos. Fallen Wings shouted out, "Tak! Seize the stone pillar." No wonder Qinyu had suffered the attacks of the endless specters. They had finally found the reason. The source of chaos had caused a cultivation, holy land, to decline to this day. There was no doubt about its strength. Chapter 602. Decima and Fallen Wings' eyes fell on Qinyu, an undisguised chill in their eyes. This mysterious powerhouse clearly knew more about the source of chaos. He had actually faked his death to escape and rush towards the greatest good fortune. If he could smoothly subdue the stone pillars, the source of chaos would be in his hands. At that time, let alone the immortal and demonic path cultivators competing for the divine stone, it would be a problem for them to keep their lives. This was a truly brilliant method. Luckily, they had already realized that Qinyu wanting to take the stone pillars was nothing more than a fool's dream. Dark purgatory. Fallen Wings' wings unfurled. Black flames danced on his gorgeous feathers, gathering into a raging tide. Black flames swept out, dyeing everything in pure darkness. Absolute, extreme, without the least bit of light. A channel was pierced through the uncountable spectre army. Decima raised his hands, and a rich blue light erupted. A blue ox appeared in the void. With a deep roar, it galloped forwards. It tore through everything in its path, tearing apart all obstacles. Every spectre it crashed into instantly disintegrated into countless pieces. Behind the two Calamity Immortal Realm superpowerhouses, the immortal and demonic cultivators attacked at the same time. They were like two sharp arrows that broke into the army of specters. The summoned specters only had one mission: to prevent any foreign life form from approaching the stone pillars. Since the immortal and demonic cultivators interfered, the specters would crazily attack them. The pressure that Qinyu had to withstand was reduced. Undying's plan had succeeded. Of course, it was more accurate to say that this was an open and honest plot. The stone pillars were indeed related to the entire spectral disaster. As long as he could successfully subdue them, he could wield this divine tool. Fallen Wing and Decima realized this. They wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to prevent Qinyu from successfully taking them. Even if they knew this was a trap, they had no other choice. Qinyu lifted his hand and submerged it into the silver light. His fingers clenched, and he pulled outwards. A long sword appeared in his hand. All of the dazzling silver light was concentrated on the blade. Even though its style was simple, it still gave off a dazzling feeling. Quietly, tiny cracks began to appear and close around the sword. This repeated process made one feel as if they were shards of ice that constantly tumbled under the sunlight. sending a chill that penetrated deep into the marrow. He raised his hand and slashed down with his sword. Like a broken mirror, all the dead spirits within 100 feet of the sword were instantly destroyed. The sword light whistled through the air, setting off a destructive whirlwind. But Qin Yu didn't have the least bit of happiness on his face. After his sword fell, he didn't pause. Instead, he gathered strength in his wrist and flicked his sword upwards, colliding with a white bone sword. The bone sword was segmented, its edges serrated. It was actually refined from the spine of a certain creature, and there was a hole where every segment was connected. As the vertebrae collided, cracks appeared on the surface of the sword. Mournful and shrill syllables were emitted from these holes, sharp and ear-piercing like iron and stone-piercing into one's heart. It was oppressive, sore, and painful. Pah! The spine sword swung out, and the blade bent at a strange angle. It shot towards Qin Yu's throat like a viper. If his mind was attacked by the sound of the spine, and his body froze for even a moment, it would be hard for him to escape this terrifying sword strike. But, puff! The sword pierced through the forehead, and a berserk sword intent instantly burst forth. The skull of the departed spirit, holding the spine, sword exploded into pieces. The crushed skull and the scarlet flesh that didn't leak out a single drop of blood danced in the air. Qin Yu had already taken back his sword and ruthlessly stabbed it into the ground beneath his feet. A pained roar echoed out from underground. The ground violently shattered, lifting Qin Yu into the air. A half-decayed monster beast undead lay beneath his feet, its mouth nailed together by a sword. Even though the immortal and demonic sides had shared a great deal of the pressure, Qin Yu still had to withstand the main attacks of the undead army. With a heavy step, the hard skull of the monster beast undead shattered with a loud cracking sound. Its 4 strong limbs were crushed, and it fell to the ground. Qin Yu grasped the sword hilt with both hands. With a loud shout, strength erupted, and he thrust his sword downwards. The sword left his hand, instantly piercing through its skull and sinking deep into the earth. In the next moment, the entire earth violently shook, as if an earth dragon were turning over. Bang, bang! Sword lights tore through the earth one after another. They howled as they flew up and down, weaving together into a dazzling curtain of swords. Layer after layer, they stacked on top of each other, forming a barrier. Dozens of undead crashed into the curtain of swords and were twisted to pieces. Their broken bones were carried away by the sword lights and sent flying far away. 5-element mountain. Metal, water, wood, fire, earth. These were the 5 paths. Each path represented one's deep comprehension of the rules of the world. Once one reached large success in their boundary, they would be able to comprehend all of the rules in their hearts. Depending on what each person focused on, they could condense a corresponding supernatural ability. For instance, the sea that blocked the undead army was a supernatural ability that Qin Yu had discovered after he reached large success in the path of water. It was called the calm raging sea. This sword curtain was Qin Yu's strongest attack method after he reached large success in the path of metal. Originally, it pursued an explosive eruption in the shortest possible time to create the most terrifying killing power. But now, Qin Yu had changed its attributes and controlled its power within a certain range in order to buy as much time as possible. This was the advantage of creating his own supernatural ability. He could completely control it and adjust it with a single thought. It was far more convenient than cultivating other supernatural abilities. Of course, creating his own supernatural ability wasn't a simple matter. Qin Yu had experienced layers upon layers of tempering in the sea of purgatory. He had wandered between the horrors of life and death, and he had also spent dozens of years accumulating his insights. Only then was he able to create these 2 supernatural abilities in a single go. Within the sword curtain, trillions of sword lights crisscrossed and howled, like a million thunderclaps exploding. The momentum was heaven-shaking. Lan Rua's eyes widened. As she looked at the sword curtain that was like a waterfall falling from the highest heavens, her heart shook. She had once seen her teacher demonstrate this ability. A single sword strike could freeze the heavens and earth, extinguishing all life. In her heart, her teacher possessed the most terrifying sword path in the world. But now, she couldn't help but admit that the sword curtain in front of her wasn't any weaker than her teacher's in terms of killing power. It was just that one was absolutely still, and the other was wild and violent. This mysterious cultivator was strong to such a degree. But why didn't the immortal sect's powerful information channels have any information about him? Not to mention his cultivation. Once such a powerful sword path supernatural ability was revealed in the world, it would never be forgotten. Just who was he? As her mind was in a trance, Lan Rua's body tensed up. A terrifying feeling rose up in her heart. She could smell the scent of blood and death. The surface of her body suddenly erupted with a radiant light. A phantom walked out, its unrivaled elegance bringing with it an extreme cold that held outwards. Bang! A black shadow was sent flying away. It froze in midair before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Teacher! Lan Rua's face was filled with excitement. Xin Yuanin slowly said, "Leave this place immediately." Her figure began to dissipate. Forcefully tearing apart the seal and descending her projection was extremely difficult for her. At this time, Xin Yuanin seemed to sense something. She looked up towards the stone pillar. The figure within the layers of sword curtains was strange, but also incomparably familiar. Was it him? How was this possible? He had already died. Pa! Xin Yuanin's projection vanished. Lan Rua looked at the place where her honorable master's projection vanished, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She earnestly looked at where Qinyu was and suddenly said, "Great Marshal, let's leave!" She had never doubted her honorable master's judgment. Shangguan Mingqing revealed a hesitant look. But at this time, a sharp bird cry pierced through his mind like an arrow. His eyebrows jumped up, and he looked up to see a winged person flying towards him from the skies. This winged person was 20 feet tall and only had a piece of beast skin tied around his waist, revealing a strong body that seemed as if it were cast from gold. Golden wings sprouted from his back, even more dazzling and magnificent than the fallen wings. As these wings gently flapped, terrifying winds rose up between the heavens and earth. Golden vertical pupils stubbornly locked onto Qin Yu's body. His long golden hair surged around him like a burning golden flame. This was a pure golden-winged person, without the least bit of impurities, a strange race that had never appeared in this world before. But no one doubted this winged person's strength at all. That terrifying aura was like an invisible mountain pressing down on one's chest, making it hard to breathe. The vertical pupils suddenly shrank. The winged person raised his hand and threw out a golden lance. It was like a bolt of golden lightning falling from the heavens, howling through the heavens and earth, pressing forward with indomitable will. Wherever the golden spear passed, the world within the undead calamity would collapse. Thick chains would tremble violently in the sky above. As the winged person appeared, Qin Yu felt an intense threat. He fiercely looked up, his eyes locked onto that golden bolt of lightning, and he lifted a finger. As this finger fell, layers upon layers of sword light erupted, condensing into a silver-white sword that shined like a great sun. Sparks of lightning weren't enough to describe it. Before anyone could even think, the sword and lance collided. Everything turned dark, as if everything had come to a standstill. It gave off a strange and incomparably long illusion. Then there was that world-shaking explosion that left one in despair. Rumble, rumble. An earth-shaking explosion shook the hearts of everyone present, even the powerful fallen wings, and Decima hurriedly drew back, not daring to touch them. Their eyes were filled with shock. The strength that erupted from this collision caused an unsuppressible sense of dread to rise in their hearts. The winged person lifted his hand and took back his lance. The radiant golden light on its surface had clearly dimmed. A tiny gap appeared at the tip of the lance, faint traces of sword intent still flowing through it. Qin Yu's face was pale, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. His finger had completely cracked. His entire arm hung powerlessly at his side. Blood flowed out, dripping down his trembling fingertips before smashing into the ground. Haha, so many years have passed, and you're still trash, Birdman. Even a boy who knows how many years in the future can make you return empty-handed. With an undisguised, taunting laugh, a sloppy man walked out from a spatial crack. He scratched his head and casually grabbed the spatial crack behind him, pulling it out as if he were casually picking up a tree branch. As if he didn't like the shape of this spatial crack, the man straightened it out and patted it in his palm. Then he nodded in satisfaction. The winged person frowned. A terrifying aura surged around him, and his golden pupils became increasingly cold. But he clearly had some scruples and maintained his silence. The man's sloppiness was only the first impression. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his eyebrows were clean and bright, giving off a comfortable feeling. But as he gently smiled, a demonic and charming aura appeared around him, and he exuded a strange aura. You're still so cautious. It really is difficult to beat you up in broad daylight. He turned around, and his eyes locked onto Chinyu. Since Birdman isn't willing to be fooled, I can only make you calm down, because these past years I've really been unhappy. He lifted his hand and smashed down the straightened spatial crack, as if he were waving a staff. Then, Chinyu's field of vision darkened, and all light was blocked out. His entire mind was covered by the overwhelming staff shadows. It was so large that it filled the world in front of him. He couldn't dodge, couldn't resist, could only passively withstand it. Under its bombardment, he would be turned to powder, doomed to perish in body and soul. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue, freeing himself from despair and fear. Then he took a step forwards and roared out loud. An unwilling and unyielding aura erupted from his body like a volcano, transmitting an unshakable will, born to support the heavens and earth, to not fall after death. This was the ancient demon. Rumble, rumble. The vast and endless spectral aura between the heavens and earth gathered together, like rivers returning to the sea, condensing into a pale, white fog. Two large hands stretched out from the fog, as if they were propping up the collapsing sky, holding up the overwhelming shadows of the staff in their palms. Bang! The ground violently shook, forming visible waves. Wherever they swept through, the earth collapsed and endless dirt tumbled into the air, causing dust to fly into the air. As the dust settled, a towering figure gradually became clear. Everything below its calves had sunk into the earth. One of its arms was still above its head, but the other couldn't withstand the wild strength and shattered into pieces. The sloppy man who had grasped the spatial crack in his hand and nearly killed Chinyu with a casual strike suddenly paled. His eyes bulged out as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, a furious roar suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. The terrifying sound waves caused everyone's faces to turn pale. The sloppy man fiercely turned around and looked at the tumbling fog. He screamed, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding." Bang! A terrifying palm stretched out from the fog and sent him flying backwards. He crashed into the ground like the strongest plow, instantly tearing open a long canyon in the ground. Puff, 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 the sloppy man wildly spat out dirt. He jumped up and cursed. "Big fool. I already said that this is a misunderstanding, yet you still hit me so hard. I hate it the most when others press me to the ground. Do you really want to fight?" The fog surrounding the stone pillar was like a flowing river that was directly cut in half. An extremely terrifying figure walked out from within. Its shoulders were as high as the heavens, its head was like the sun, and its eyes were like stars. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble and wail. Lan Ruo cried out in alarm, "It's that giant!" The expression on the golden statue-like winged person's face suddenly became vivid, clearly showing his uneasiness and panic. The wings on his back suddenly unfurled. But before he could fly away, the sky above his head darkened. A terrifying giant hand pressed down like a mountain. With a bang, the winged person followed in the sloppy man's footsteps. His entire body was smashed into the ground in a comical manner. He spread his wings in an attempt to stop himself, but to no avail. A huge hole instantly formed. It was pitch black and led all the way to the ground. It was impossible to tell how deep it was. The sloppy man, whose eyes were blazing, was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. This birdman is relying on his speed. I don't even have a chance to beat him up. Big fool, well done. This fellow has a serious obsession with cleanliness. Ha ha ha, this is great. Just as he finished laughing, a giant foot came crashing down, stomping him into the ground. Even the countless specters on the ground were crushed to pieces. Boom! The golden-winged person flew out from the deep hole in the ground. He was panting like an ox, and his handsome and cold face was twisted. With a sharp cry, golden light shone brightly like a golden sun. When the blinding light disappeared, a golden rock appeared. Bang! Another section of the earth shattered. A sloppy man covered in mud flew out, crazily spewing out dirt. Big fool! I hate it the most when others step on me. I won't let you off today. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The vast and mighty aura of specters gathered once more, condensing into an incomparably large spear. In front of this spear, the sloppy man seemed even smaller than an ant. But he held the spear in one hand and even used the spear point to make a dazzling display of spear moves, causing strong winds to howl. He coldly sneered again and again. I will burst your chrysanthemum today. The golden rock suddenly swooped down. Its wings folded behind its back, and its head and legs straightened into a straight line. Its sharp beak tore through the air like an arrow. But what welcomed it was the giant's palm. As if it were a fly being swatted away, the golden rock was directly sent flying away. Its beautiful, gorgeous, and dazzling wings fluttered about, scattering golden snow all over the ground. It was just that these snowflakes were a bit too large. Each one was enough to cover a giant lake. Puff! With the sound of flesh tearing apart, the giant looked down at the spear that had pierced through his heart. Without expression, he grabbed it and smashed it into the ground. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each strike caused the entire earth to tremble. But even with such a violent sound, it couldn't be covered up. The sloppy man screamed out in a high-pitched voice, as if he were a woman who was about to be ruined by the giant. His voice had a particularly penetrating power, and most importantly, there was even a slight rise to his voice. The golden rock rushed forwards once more. But before it could take this chance to open several bloody holes in the giant's body, it was caught in the giant's palm and then smashed into the ground together. Bang, 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 1 long and 2 short strikes. There was actually a sense of rhythm to them. Suddenly, the spear vanished from sight and the golden rock scattered with it. The sloppy man and the golden-winged man appeared not too far away, battered and exhausted. The two of them looked at the giant with dignified expressions. Big fool, don't go crazy. This boy isn't your junior. The winged man spoke for the first time, his voice dry and cold. Ancient, get out of the way. We must stop him. The giant opened his mouth and roared, slapping his chest with both hands. With loud banging sounds, the mortal and demonic cultivators that had moved away were shaken to the point where their faces paled. The sloppy man sucked in a deep breath. Think about it carefully, otherwise we'll have to deal a heavy blow. The winged man lifted his spear. Golden light erupted from its surface, and an illusory figure appeared, with 12 pairs of wings on its back. Majestic, noble, dignified, powerful, an aura of annihilation wildly erupted from this phantom, as if it could break apart the entire world. The giant turned and squatted down. It lowered its head, nearly touching the ancient demon incarnated Chinyu. Looking at the incomparably massive face in front of him, Chinyu unexpectedly didn't feel any fear in his heart. Rather, from the star-like eyes of the giant, he could read the meaning of inquiry. Without hesitation, Qin Yu slowly shook his head. He had to stand behind Undying. This was his promise. The giant's eyes revealed a gratified look. With a deep roar, he reached out a hand and grabbed Qin Yu, pulling him up from the ground. Then he pressed a hand between his eyebrows. His flesh and blood were like soft mud, gently parting to the sides. Qin Yu's ancient demon body sank into it. Then, between the giant's eyebrows, a striking black mole appeared. Even though Qin Yu had transformed into an ancient demon, in front of the giant, he still couldn't compare to a single finger. Everything in front of him turned dark and then bright. Qin Yu subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was in a giant temple. In the temple stood the statue of a giant. His feet were slightly apart and his arms were raised, as if he were holding up the world. He angrily roared out something, and his eyes released an unshakable and formidable will. Future people, my life has long since reached the end. I have bitterly persisted until now, and now you have finally arrived. You have passed the test. In accordance with the traditions of my people, I will send you into the inheritance temple. I hope that you can obtain the complete inheritance of my people from within. Remember, we are of the bloodline of the ancients. We were born to support the heavens and earth, to advance courageously without fear. Even if we experience 1,000 tribulations and 10,000 tribulations, our hearts will never change. A deep and calm voice echoed out from all directions of the temple. Within the deep weariness, there was also the joy of liberation. It had been many, many years, so long that he didn't even remember how many years had passed. In the end, the inheritance of the ancients hadn't been severed in his hands. Chapter 603. Within the temple, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. A rainbow-colored ribbon of light flew out from between the giant's eyebrows, wrapping around him. His consciousness sank, as if he had fallen into a bottomless black hole. Countless mottled lights flashed in front of him. After an unknown period of time, his muddled consciousness suddenly became clear. Qin Yu struggled to open his eyes. What he saw was the face of a giant filled with excitement. A new little giant had been smoothly born, and the bloodline of the ancients had been passed on. The hidden giant village began to celebrate the night away. The huge bonfire almost burned through the sky, illuminating the cheerful faces. The newborn giants were passed between pairs of large hands. Qin Yu could clearly see all of this. He could even feel the rough hands of the giants rubbing against his body. It was like this newborn little giant was him. The happy little giant gradually grew up under the shelter of the village. He liked to climb up the mountain at the entrance of the village to welcome his father and the others back from hunting. Every time, he would first see his father walking in front. His father's broad and sturdy arms were always carrying plentiful prey. But one day, after waiting for a very, very long time, the little giant fell asleep in a daze. When he heard the deep and familiar sound of footsteps, he opened his eyes in surprise. Under the dusky sky, his father was gasping for breath. His chest had been pierced by some sort of sharp weapon, and blood flowed freely out of it. "Run!" His father opened his mouth and roared towards the village. But it was already too late. Giant spaceships descended from the clouds, one after another. They were equipped with barbed iron spears, and every time they fired, it was like a thunderclap was set off. The iron spears easily pierced through the giants' strong bodies. As the giants roared in pain, they were pulled into the giant cages beneath the spaceships like fish. The little giant was scared silly. He could only watch helplessly as all the villagers in the village were taken away, one at a time. He covered his mouth, not daring to make a single sound. His panic-stricken eyes found his father's figure. He leaned against the cage and gasped for breath, his complexion paler than ever before. Their eyes met in midair. His father revealed a gratified look. He gently shook his head and his lips moved. He had played the guessing game with his father many times before, so he immediately understood what he meant. "Don't come out. Live on The little giant waited for a long time until all the spaceships had left. Then it stumbled down the mountain and ran into the darkness. That night, in the darkness, countless deep green eyes stared at the little giant with greed and heat. But for some reason, they didn't throw themselves at him. The scene changed. The little giant from back then had already grown up. He had a body even stronger than his father, and his hands could kill the strongest demonic beasts in the mountains. Finally, he walked out of the mountain where he had been hiding for 10,000 years. He crossed the mountains and rivers and ran towards the place where the sun rose. Along the way, all kinds of powerful creatures appeared. They tried to stop the giant's advance, but they were easily smashed through by him. Finally, the giant stood in front of a majestic divine palace. It was majestic and noble, towering above the white clouds, as if it was as tall as the great sun. The giant reared his head back and roared into the heavens. After 10,000 years, this was the first time he had ever roared in this world. Strong winds rose up, blowing away the thick fog beneath the divine palace. Giant statues were revealed, their bodies covered with wounds, and their faces were filled with pain and despair. Their legs sank into the earth, and their hands lifted the divine palace up, lifting it up to the same height as the sun, the most dazzling place in the world. His father, his mother, the village chief. Uncle Sang, who was good at fishing. The giant looked at these familiar faces, and his eyes gradually turned red. He let out a heart-wrenching howl and crushed the earth beneath his feet. He soared into the skies and smashed into that majestic and noble divine palace. But in the end he failed. The palm imprint within the divine palace struck him down from the skies. He crashed through the earth, and the giant's mortal body began to collapse. With a loud roar, the surroundings of the giant's body turned dark. He rushed into this darkness and left the world where the divine palace was. But even so, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the divine palace. In the sea of stars, a great sun shined brightly, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wherever the sun shined, there was no place for the giant to breathe. He could only constantly flee. During this process, his body constantly collapsed and was reborn, becoming weaker and weaker. Finally, the giant fled to a region covered in silver moonlight. The great sun and the silver moon coldly faced each other. Finally, the giant chose to retreat. The giant fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he had become an object of slavery. He was buried deep within the earth, and the divine artifact continuously refined his will. Once he gave up struggling, death would descend upon him, and he would become one with it. The scene changed again. Qin, you could clearly see the panic-stricken and shocked immortal and demonic cultivators. They were incomparably powerful in the outside world, but now they were like lowly ants hiding in a distant corner. Across from him was a winged person with 12 pairs of gorgeous wings. He held a golden spear in his hands, and every time he thrust it out, the world trembled and the chains in the skies crazily clattered. In another direction was a giant ape with a black stone staff in its hand. Its thick black fur was mostly soaked in blood, but even though it was severely wounded, it didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, it became even more fierce and warlike. Its giant eyes were so red that they nearly flowed out. Bang! The golden spear tore through space and descended. Its terrifying aura seemed as if it could pierce through the world. The giant's fist collided with the spear. Massive amounts of flesh and blood split apart, but the giant didn't seem to feel any pain at all. The spear was sent flying away, and the fist smashed into the 12-winged person's body, sending it flying away and crashing into tumbling fog. The giant ape leapt into the skies. With a loud roar, it grasped the stone staff in its hands and smashed it down. The stone staff shattered the air, emitting a scalp-numbing, crackling sound. The giant lifted its injured arm, allowing the stone staff to fall down. Its body that was as tall as the sky trembled, and it roared out loud. His thighs gathered strength, and he swung his hand. The stone staff was swept away, and the giant ape's arms cracked apart, revealing pale white bones and flesh. But the giant ape opened its mouth and laughed in excitement. "You big fool, you're still so strong. I love fighting with you the most." After losing the stone staff, the giant ape instead erupted with an even more terrifying killing intent. It laughed and rushed forwards to engage the giant in a wild melee. Its fists slammed into each other's chests, emitting a sound like a tsunami. At some unknown time, the 12-winged person had appeared above the giant's head. He let out strange syllables, and the light from his 12 pairs of golden wings began to condense above his head, condensing into a blazing golden codex. The winged person reached out and took the codex. Then, a deep and low voice echoed out from its mouth. "In the name of the highest God, I pronounce your sins. Your flesh and blood shall decay and fuse into the earth. Your soul shall decay and dissipate into the starlight. Your will shall vanish, forever sinking into the endless river of time." The giant's starry eyes suddenly turned dim, and large spots appeared on the surface of his flesh. A thick stench of decay emitted from his body, as if he were a corpse buried deep underground that was about to rot. The giant ape pounced in front of the giant, its razor-sharp claws sinking into the giant's chest, tearing open the flesh on the giant's back. In its hand was a heart riddled with holes. Viscous, dark, purple blood oozed out of the crisscrossed wounds. "Roar!" The giant's eyes suddenly brightened. He let out an angry roar, not showing the slightest sign of weakness because he had lost his heart. The flesh and blood around the wound on his chest suddenly tightened, like an arm that had bitten the giant ape to death. The giant reached out and grabbed the giant ape. With a sudden pull, the scalp tingled with the sound of breaking flesh and bone as the ape's entire arm was torn off. The giant ape howled in pain. Its other arm reached out to grab the giant's eyes. The giant closed its eyes and thrust its head forwards. The ape's remaining arm was directly broken apart. Exerting strength from its chest and abdomen, the giant ape was sent flying away like a boulder. It crashed into the ground and smashed into a lake. Without pausing, the giant waved its hand and pulled out the giant ape's arm. It swung out at the golden-winged person. Bang! The golden-winged person was sent flying backwards. But before he could fly too far, he was caught by the giant. The giant lifted his arm and smashed it into the ground. The winged person's entire body was pressed into the ground. The giant lifted a leg and trampled the winged person into the ground. Then he reached out and grabbed the winged person's left wing and tore it apart. Ah! The winged person roared in pain, as if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. His 12 magnificent wings were torn up by the roots, leaving behind a trail of flesh and blood. But this wasn't the end. The giant casually reached out and grabbed the other half of the wing, repeating the brutal actions from just now. The winged person's body violently twitched. He could no longer make a sound. It was unknown whether he had died or fainted from the pain. Walala! Snow fell from the golden wings once more, but it was far greater than before. It was like the difference between a small snowfall and a great blizzard. As the wings fluttered in the wind, the giant reared back his head and roared. Terrifying sound waves wildly tumbled through the world, the aura so wild that it caused the depths of one's soul to tremble. The immortal realm and demonic path cultivators had already been scared silly by the sudden eruption of slaughter. As they looked at the cruel giant that was comparable to a divinity or demon, all of them paled. Even the strong Decima and Fallen Wing instinctively felt a sense of inferiority. The terrifying strength this giant revealed was more than enough to completely roll over them. Perhaps leaving this place was the best choice. With the protection of this giant, they no longer had a chance to stop Chinyu. There was even a chance that the giant would view them as an enemy. At that time, it would be too late for them to leave. Decima and Fallen Wing revealed a hint of struggle in their eyes. With their status, when had they ever felt so aggrieved? Were they going to be so scared that they had to flee and return empty-handed? In this moment of hesitation, the situation changed once more. The giant suddenly looked up, its star-like eyes rapidly turning crimson. Roar! It emitted an even more savage and cruel roar. It fell to one knee and thrust a hand into the ground, lifting up a piece of earth and tossing it into the skies. Walala, giant chains that blocked out the skies seemed to come to life. They wrapped around the piece of earth and twisted it to pieces. Dust fell down, blocking everyone's line of sight. The giant bent its legs with magic power. As the ground caved in and collapsed, it rushed into the dust. Bang, bang. The terrifying sound waves were like two divine mountains crashing into each other. Suddenly, a giant shadow fell down from the dust, smashing into the ground. It was a giant. Lan Rua cried out in alarm, her face filled with shock. She simply couldn't imagine what sort of existence could directly defeat a giant that was even more terrifying than a divinity or demon. Strong winds suddenly rose up, clearing away the dust in the blink of an eye. Lan Rua's pupils violently shrank. What appeared in her line of sight was actually an ordinary man. His handsome appearance was matched with a pair of long and narrow eyes. When he narrowed them, they were as cold as a venomous snake, causing fear to rise up from the depths of one's heart. It was him who had struck the giant down from the skies. The ground rumbled and shook. The giant roared as it crawled up. Its blood-red eyes glared at the man in the skies. Then it ruthlessly grasped at the point between its eyebrows. Flesh and blood disintegrated. 5 fingers that were stained with thick blood were pulled out from between its eyebrows, revealing a slightly illusory figure. This figure was a shrunken version of the giant itself. Ancient Zong! The giant roared. His fingers gripped together, and the phantom in his hand burst like a bubble. An incomparably terrifying aura wildly gushed out. Beneath the skies, the cold and gloomy man suddenly frowned, a gloomy look in his eyes. He lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Where his fingertip fell, space suddenly collapsed. A white bone finger stretched out, colliding with his fingertip. There was no easing at all. It was like a raging inferno colliding with boiling oil. In that instant, a strength that could destroy the heavens and earth was released. It was like a raging flood that swept through the highest heavens. This is bad. Decima and Fallen Wing cried out at the same time. Without any hesitation, the two of them activated their most powerful trump cards. Brilliant light and a deep darkness covered the immortal and demonic cultivators. But no matter how they tried to activate their trump cards, space seemed to freeze and they couldn't open them. They couldn't escape. Block it for me. With a loud roar, Decima and Fallen Wing completely erupted their cultivations, wildly pouring them into their treasures. Blue light and the darkness rapidly surged. In the next moment, a terrifying impact swept out, completely submerging them. Within the temple, as the phantom in the giant's hand exploded, motes of starlight appeared from nothingness and drilled into Qin Yu's body. Then, these motes of light appeared in Qin Yu's soul space. Some invisible will instantly sealed away the purple moon and cosmic Seacross bell. Then the motes of light swarmed towards Qin Yu's soul like tired birds returning to the forest, being absorbed by him like droplets of water. Qin Yu's soul instinctively shivered. His consciousness instantly realized this. The moment the motes of light were absorbed by his soul, he understood everything. This was the true inheritance of the ancients. Fragmented marks were branded into his soul. Between his eyebrows, an ancient rune slowly appeared, like a hidden landscape painting. In the outside world, the giant lifted a hand once more and grasped between his eyebrows a second time. Another phantom appeared, even more solid than the first. Ancient death! With a loud bang, the phantom shattered. In front of the cold and gloomy man, it wasn't a finger that drilled out from the shattered space, but an entire bone arm. Every bone was sparkling and translucent, like the finest jade in the world. Their surfaces shimmered, and one could faintly see countless runes flowing within. Chapter 604. Light appeared within the temple once more. Between the eyebrows of Qin Yu's soul, the faint rune rapidly became clear. An ancient, distant, and deep aura began to emit from his soul. The giant was Qin Yu, and Qin Yu was the giant. The two of them had fused together through the inheritance of the ancients. He could clearly sense what the giant was doing. The will of the ancient was everlasting and could not be destroyed by the world. As long as they didn't wish to die, they could be maintained forever. However, this sort of maintenance was an unimaginable pain to one's mind and will. After enduring for so long and finding the inheritor of the ancient path, the giant took the initiative to embrace death. Of course, he wouldn't end his life so easily. Born to support the heavens and earth, to stand firm in death. This wasn't just a simple phrase. Rather, it was an expression of an unyielding will. Even if he died, he wanted to do it with a bang. He wanted to let out a final roar at this unfair world. Gu Dao! The giant's roar resounded through the heavens and earth as he raised his hand for the third time, grabbing at his forehead. This time, it wasn't his soul's shadow that was pulled out, but a dark rune. Its surface was covered in fine cracks, just like the heart that the giant ape had ripped out of its back. The lines at its corners were incomparably dim, as if they would dissipate in the next moment. However, the moment this symbol appeared, it exploded with a domineering aura. It was as if 1,000 tribulations and 10,000 tribulations could not shake it in the slightest. The cold and gloomy man who had descended into undead calamity spoke for the first time. You would rather die than lower your head? If the ancient pattern is destroyed, you will forever fall into darkness and never have a chance to transcend. The only response he got was a roar from the giant. The rune in the giant's clenched fist quietly collapsed. It had long since shattered. It was only because the giant didn't want to die that it was able to last until now. To the giants, death was not terror. Instead, it was a complete release. The shattered space violently shook, and the scope of the collapse rapidly spread outwards. The upper body of a skeleton squeezed out of it. Its empty and dark eye sockets stared at the gloomy man and opened its mouth to howl soundlessly. The immortal and demonic cultivators let out pained howls under the shaking blue light and the dim light of the night. It felt as if rusty iron nails had been ruthlessly driven into their brains. Bang, bang. One by one, the immortal and fiend cultivators exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, their souls disintegrating and annihilating. Perhaps they were all famous powerhouses in the outside world. But today, they could only become burial objects for the ancient Tao. Decima and Fallen Wing let out muffled groans as blood spurted out from their 7 orifices. Their eyes were filled with fear. Just the aftermath of the collision had the power to destroy all of them. If they didn't work together, none of them would be able to escape. There was no need for words. The blue light and the darkness of night overlapped together, gathering the strength of both sides. Only then was the soul-tearing pain slightly reduced. When their eyes met, Decima and Fallen Wing instantly came to an agreement. They would work together to save their lives and escape from the source of the chaos. They had to flee. No matter how great the fortune was, they weren't interested in it any longer. Staying here wouldn't be like fighting for fortune, but giving their lives away. In the temple, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the towering giant statue. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, the statue shattered and dissipated into the air. At the end of the inheritance, the shrine's mission was accomplished. With a low rumble, it disintegrated and collapsed. Qin Yu's soul suddenly opened its eyes. The rune between his eyebrows rapidly turned from illusory to corporeal. With a light hum, it vanished from sight. There were extremes in the ancient times. One could die, and the other could be born. The giant's ancient rune had to be destroyed. It had to sever the intertwining aura of the heavens and earth. Only then could Qin Yu's ancient rune form. This was the restraint that the heavens and earth had placed on the ancient Tao. A giant phantom that had shrunk countless times appeared in Qin Yu's soul space. His expression was calm, and his tired eyes were like an ancient well. He slowly said, "Junior of my race, the will of the ancient Tao will continue on your body. I hope that one day the ancient Tao will meet its end under your hands." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Then he respectfully bowed. "Senior, I apologize, but I am not of the ancient race." It was only because he cultivated the demon body that he was able to obtain the supernatural abilities of the ancient demon. He was able to visualize the phantom of the ancient demon and mobilize the strength of the outside world to form the body of the ancient demon. This had nothing to do with the ancient race. The giant phantom was startled. Then it grinned. "The inheritance of my race can only be inherited by those with the bloodline of my race. The bloodline of the ancient race flows through your body. You are a true ancient." Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, the giant phantom was like a bubble. With a loud pop, it completely vanished from sight. In the next moment, Qin Yu's consciousness was thrown out of his soul space. He could feel his body rapidly sinking, and he quickly stabilized himself. He turned his head to see the giant standing tall on the earth. It maintained its roaring posture and pointed a finger into the heavens. Even in death, it had never lowered its head. "Kacha! Kacha!" There was a cracking sound, like the surface of a frozen lake. The mortal body that the giant left behind began to petrify, soon turning into a statue. "Cough!" With a violent cough, the cold and gloomy man walked out from the shattered space. His face was pale, and ripples appeared on his body, making him appear translucent. His eyes fell on Qin Yu. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. "Newly born ancient, submit beneath my feet or die." This projection was clearly on the verge of collapse. Even so, it still contained an unimaginable might. The terrifying strength was like viscous mud. It swept up from all directions, roaring as it submerged Qin Yu. "After so many years, this is the first time we meet, and you want to kill my master? Do you want me to fall into a world without daylight once more?" A calm voice suddenly sounded out. The terrifying strength that submerged Qin Yu paused for a moment before rapidly receding like a falling tide. The cold and gloomy man's eyes were icy cold. "Just who are you?" Beneath the stone pillar, Undying turned around. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and his lips curved up in a difficult smile. "I lost my face for many years, and now that I've found it, my appearance hasn't changed much. But you, where did you find this skin? You're quite good at bluffing." The cold and gloomy man stiffened. He coldly said, "You're already dead." Undying's voice was light. For the vast majority of living beings, death is the end of everything. But there are always some exceptions, and I am one of them. He lifted a hand and pressed it against the stone pillar. The remaining layers of stone instantly fell off, and a dazzling, dark, golden light erupted, as if a great sun had arrived. Rumble, rumble. The entire world inside the undead scourge seemed to have come to life. Beams of dark, golden light shot into the sky one after another. A total of 107. They wove together. The thick chains that blocked out the skies were like withered leaves in a raging inferno, instantly burning to ashes. The earth shook, and 12 mountain peaks rose up from the ground. The stones on their surfaces shattered, revealing the metal giants hidden beneath them. They were the products of alchemy, the masterpieces of a god-forging master. But in their eyes, a terrifyingly strong soul fire danced. Chapter 605. The reason powerful artifacts could be crowned with the title of divine was because they possessed the strength to contend with spiritual gods. The source of spectral disasters' strength lay in the 12 alchemy puppets. They submitted to the power of contracts, and only those with the bloodline of a family that inherited a divine artifact could obtain their true approval. Undying's voice was dignified. "Now you should accept reality, the person I once cared about the most." The cold and gloomy man turned and left without a word, his figure shattered like a bubble, vanishing from the inner world of spectral disaster. Undying's eyes revealed a complex look before he composed himself. There is no point in hiding. The grudge between us will eventually be settled. He turned and rubbed his chin. He looked at Chinyu and smiled. Has my handsomeness blinded, master? Chinyu gave him a thumbs up. You are more handsome than I thought. Undying, congratulations. Undying bowed. Thank you, master, for everything you have done for me today. He pursed his lips and looked at the 12 alchemy puppets. Retrieving the divine artifact that my family lost is only slightly making up for the mistakes I made. In the past, I really was a disgraceful bastard. Chin, you was silent for a moment. The past is the past. Let's look forward. Undying let out a deep breath. That's right. I have recovered my memories, but I cannot live in them. The mistakes of the past cannot be undone, but I have to do something about it. He shook his head, no longer speaking about these things. He looked at the immortal and demonic cultivators and faintly said, Master, what do you plan on doing with these people? Decima and Fallen Wing froze. Their complexions were ugly to the extreme, but they couldn't utter a single sound. With their status, they never imagined that there would be a day when they would become meat on the chopping block, their lives and deaths in the hands of others. The accompanying impact of the ancient Tao's death had caused the immortal and demonic cultivators to suffer disastrous casualties. Now, there were only 13 people left alive. All of them were wounded and their auras were weak. Looking at the 12 terrifying alchemy puppets, they didn't doubt that as long as Chinyu nodded, they would welcome death. The truth was that not too long ago, the mortal and demonic paths had secretly schemed to borrow the hands of the undead to kill Chinyu. Since he had quietly escaped, he must have realized this. Repaying evil with kindness. Perhaps such a thing really did exist, but it would absolutely not happen between experts. If they were truly soft-hearted, how could they have stood out amongst the masses and attained their current accomplishments? Fallen Wing roared. If I perish, the demonic path will instantly know, and they will never let this matter rest. Threats were a very low-level matter, but in the current situation, it was his only chance of survival. A cold light flashed in Undying's eyes. A puppet suddenly lifted its hand, and a wild strength erupted. Bang! Fallen Wing was sent flying, and the dark night around him quickly collapsed. His arms were broken, and blood spurted from his nose and mouth. The remaining demonic path cultivators around him began to retreat in alarm. Just as Shan Wugu was about to move, a deep voice echoed out in his ears. Catch him! In the blink of an eye, Shan Wugu's thoughts raced. He roared out loud, and billowing infernal energy erupted, turning into a net that blocked behind Fallen Wing. Without surprise, the net of infernal energy paused for a moment before collapsing. Shan Wugu's body emitted loud crackling sounds as he tumbled away along with Fallen Wing. Undying sneered. Since there is someone who doesn't fear death, then I'll help you along. The puppet lifted its hand once more, and its shadow covered Shan Wugu. Shan Wugu's face was deathly pale. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Stop! Chinyu suddenly said. The puppet remained motionless. Undying tilted his head, a puzzled look on his face. Chinyu shook his head, not explaining. He looked at the immortal sect group and asked, Your honorable master is Shin Yuanin? Lanrua was deathly pale. Even with the female cultivators of 9 Heaven Mirrormoon Palace protecting her without any regard for their lives, she had still suffered severe injuries. She was startled. Then she slowly nodded. That's right. Chin Yu's eyes flickered. He lightly said, After you return, tell your honorable master that an old friend will be visiting soon. I hope that she can keep her promise from the past. Lanrua was stunned. Did these words mean that he was going to let them go? The Grand Marshal hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist, rest assured that Lanrua will definitely pass on your message. Now was not the time to be in a daze. No matter what the reason was, it was fine as long as they could leave alive. Chinyu nodded. He coldly looked at the dark night demon region cultivators and said, "You can all leave together." Fallen Wing's tense body relaxed a little. He looked at Shanwugu and said, "Help me up." Shanwugu was silent. He supported Fallen Wing, and the two of them staggered to their feet. The dark night demon region cultivators to the side suddenly froze before their happy expressions had even bloomed. Undying curled his lips. How boring! But he didn't refuse. With a wave of his hand, the 12 alchemy puppets sank into the earth. Chinyu lightly said, "Undying, send them away." Just as his voice fell, an excited shout echoed out from the distant skies, billowing into the heavens. A powerful aura spread out like a tidal wave, like an invisible tsunami that could crush everything in its path. Rumble, rumble, between the heavens and earth, endless spectral strength gathered. It came from afar. At first it was only a thin black line, but it gradually grew until it occupied the entire horizon. It was like a truly heaven-shaking wave. Walking atop this wave was a middle-aged man. His posture was bold and spirited, his every movement incomparably domineering. He looked down from above, like a god sitting in a divine palace in the heavens, looking down on all the lowly ant-like beings on the earth. In particular, when his eyes fell on Chinyu, they brightened and then revealed a cruel and callous expression. "Everyone, we meet again." His deep voice was like billowing thunder, exploding between the heavens and earth. This aura, Chinyu narrowed his eyes. "Heaven-seek, old demon." The middle-aged man laughed. "Ignorant junior, Heaven-seek is only a wisp of my soul, but you nearly destroyed my chance of resurrection. Your crimes cannot be forgiven." His laughter stopped and his eyes turned icy cold. "Speak. Junior, how do you want to die?" After awakening his main body and feeling the formidable strength surging within him, his confidence had reached the peak. With his current strength, as long as he escaped from this prison, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to wander the world. So what if he was the immortal sect or the demonic path? He also had the qualifications to establish a foundation that would last for all eternity. Chinyu remained silent. Heaven-seek old demon furrowed his eyebrows and his complexion darkened. He could feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. The immortal and demonic cultivators all had strange expressions. He lifted a hand and thrust forward. Spectral energy wildly gathered, and a white-boned spear appeared, howling towards Chinyu's head. If he wanted to kill someone, then he had to kill them. No matter what strange tricks they had up their sleeves, the disparity of absolute strength was enough to crush all schemes. Chinyu's complexion didn't change. As he looked at the incoming bone spear, his body didn't respond at all. When the bone spear arrived 10 feet in front of him, it disintegrated without warning, dispersing into spectral aura. It split in half, avoiding Chinyu and rushing behind him, not daring to offend him in the least. Heaven-seek old demon's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? In that moment just now he had lost control of the bone spear. Or it was more accurate to say that the bone spear had rebelled and cut off its connection with him. This was simply unimaginable. Undying sneered. "I was originally curious why you didn't appear after such a great commotion. So it turns out you wanted to give me an even greater surprise. It seems I really should thank you." Heaven-seek old demon trembled. Endless fear surged out from the depths of his heart, as if he were facing an emperor that could control his life or death. "You, who are you?" This feeling was far too terrifying, so terrifying that he didn't even dare to roar out loud in fear. Undying retracted his expression. He coldly said, "You will soon know who I am." He lifted a hand and grasped outwards. With a loud bang, Heaven-seek old demon directly exploded, turning into a mass of tumbling black energy. "Ah, who are you? Just who are you?" Heaven-seek old demons, panic-stricken screams echoed out from the black energy. Undying didn't care about him at all. His hand ruthlessly tore at the black energy. With a pitiful scream, the black energy was split in half. It rapidly contracted and collapsed, condensing into a black bead. The remaining half of the black energy escaped, reforming into Heaven-seek old demon's body. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Whoosh! He turned and fled without hesitation. Undying lightly said, "If I don't allow you to leave, where can you run to?" Schwa! Space reversed. The fleeing Heaven-seek old demon came to a sudden stop. His eyes widened and his body began to shiver. You are the master of this world." He roared in pain. "Impossible. It is clearly a masterless object." Undying's lips curled up. "You know a lot. I'm suddenly very interested in you." Heaven-seek old demon's complexion changed. "Don't kill me." If he could face death head-on, he wouldn't have entered spectral disaster on his own initiative, even though he knew something was wrong, only leaving a wisp of his soul outside to wait for an opportunity. Undying's smile was brilliant. "You have already fused together with the divine artifact, so how could I bear to kill you? In the future, we will have plenty of chances to get closer." Bang! The ground exploded. Rotting arms emitted a nauseating stench as they grabbed onto the struggling Heaven-seek old demon and pulled him underground. Undying turned and coldly said, "Enough. The show is over. You should leave." Bang! Space suddenly collapsed. Like a great mouth, the immortal and demonic cultivators were swallowed up and everything returned to normal. The world fell silent, leaving behind only Chinyu and Undying. Chinyu suddenly said, "If you're tired, then don't force yourself." Undying slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked his robes in the blink of an eye. He looked up and gave a thumbs up. "Master has good eyesight." Chinyu's eyes flashed. "It's not that I have good eyesight, but that I understand your personality. If you had any strength left over, you wouldn't have let that person leave so easily." Undying smiled. "It's just a projection that was nearly destroyed by that ancient. Even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't cause her any harm." A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Was the reason really as he said? Perhaps it was just an excuse to comfort himself. He shook his head, laughing at himself. Chinyu sat down. "It's only now that I can truly relax. You won't suddenly attack and twist off my head to use it as a bench." Undying grinned. Don't worry. Don't look at how I'm dripping with sweat right now. The truth is that I don't have a true body. I am only able to maintain this appearance by borrowing the strength of spectral disaster." He took a deep breath and earnestly said, "So, Master, you must be extra careful and live on. You absolutely must not die. I don't want to be implicated by you." Chinyu smiled. "You should know that once I return to the land of divinity and demons, I will become the demonic path's holy lord. As long as I am careful, no one will be able to kill me. As for you, you must be even more careful from now on. Think twice before you act, and don't be impulsive." Undying revealed a surprised expression. "Master has guessed it?" Chinyu lightly said, "Since you have become the master of spectral disaster, the world I am in will absolutely not allow you to stay any longer." If it weren't for this, how could he have easily let off the cultivators of the immortal sect and dark night demon region? Undying controlled spectral disaster. Now was the time when Chinyu was at his strongest. Unfortunately, he was destined to remain within spectral disaster and not be able to borrow its strength. Undying nodded. "Although it isn't completely correct, it's probably correct. I must leave, Master." Chinyu reached out and patted his shoulder. "Do a good job. If there is a day I leave this world, I will come seek shelter with you." Undying laughed. "Don't worry. When that day comes, I will definitely give Master a great surprise." He passed over the black bead in his hand. "I have already sealed the aura of spectral disaster within. If you are in a crisis, crush it and you can summon its phantom to descend." With the level of strength of this world, it should be able to protect Master from harm. Qin Yu's eyes sharpened. Thank you. Undying stood up. I will say it again. Master, your safety is closely related to me. You must take care of yourself. After a pause, he said in a low voice, the ancient race is the favored child of the heavens and earth. But because of this, they are also plagued by calamity and tribulation. If it isn't absolutely necessary, it is best if Master does not reveal your status as an ancient in front of others. If you are forced into a corner, anyone who sees you must die. Otherwise, there will be no end to the troubles in the future. Qin Yu suddenly recalled the scene he saw when he transformed into a giant. Beneath the divine palace that shared its glory with the great sun, when the fog was blown away, it revealed a giant statue that was in unbearable pain. He originally didn't know what this meant, but the giant's transformation into a statue after dying was enough to explain everything. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, I will remember this. He turned and faced the giant statue. Senior, I don't know why I possess the status of an ancient, but since I have obtained your inheritance, I will absolutely not disgrace the name of the ancient race. I was born to support the world, and in death I will not fall. I cannot guarantee I can do this, but I will do my best. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed deeply. He stood up, his expression calm. Undying, send me away, also. Remember to leave that fellow behind. Undying smiled. Master, I look forward to seeing you again. A fluctuation appeared, like the surface of a lake being ruffled by the wind. It swallowed up Qin Yu's figure, and he vanished in the ripples. Severed Spirit Mountain, Mountain Valley. Space quietly shattered like a mirror. A large bronze door appeared. After it opened, 2 shadows fell out. One of them seemed to have just woken up from its slumber. It cried out loud and flapped its wings in panic. It was unknown what it did, but an orange flame suddenly appeared out of thin air. Bang! A low and deep sound was accompanied by a miserable scream. The flames suddenly vanished, revealing Qin Yu's blackened face. His complexion was ugly to the extreme. In the next moment, a series of surprised screams rose up. Ah, am I dreaming? Ah, tell me if this is real or not. Ah, my dearest master. Ah, the heavens have sent you to save me. Ah, bang, green flames erupted. Luckily, Qin Yu was already prepared. A deep blue light appeared, wrapping around him. Then he kicked it far away. The world was finally quiet. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. He looked up at the fading bronze door. Faintly, he could feel the earth beneath his feet emitting excited cheers. The fluctuations of spiritual strength between the heavens and earth seemed to become much livelier. Undying had left with Spectral Scourge. Because of the arrival of Spectral Scourge, the land of exiles had declined. Now it had vanished. Perhaps in several million years or tens of millions of years, this place could become a holy land for cultivation once more. Qin Yu shook his head, suppressing these thoughts. For matters that were too far away, there was no need to think too much about them. He glanced at the unconscious chicken overlord that was embedded into the ground, a strange expression on his face. This fellow's current appearance, it was truly appropriate to describe it as shining with jewels and jewels. Its gorgeous and exquisite feathers shined with a rainbow halo beneath the sunlight. Layer upon layer, it was clearly telling others that its entire body was a treasure. The divine stone's aura was incomparably rich and had already fused together with it. However, the strength was far too great and it was impossible to absorb in a short period of time. Instead, it constantly leaked out, thus causing the flames to suddenly appear. Even if it was unintentionally emitted, the might of the flames was still astonishing. Qin Yu had already experienced it just now. Otherwise, with a powerful demon body, even if he jumped into the tumbling magma, he wouldn't be injured at all. Blackened face? Don't be too naive. Qin Yu slapped his forehead. It wasn't that he didn't have any sense of loyalty, but that he really couldn't understand why the divine stone would choose this fellow. He picked up the unconscious chicken overlord and smashed it into the ground. The rainbow divine light flowed on its own. Although this fellow wasn't injured, it had fallen into an even deeper slumber. Chin Yu nodded with satisfaction. He casually tossed it in front of the cabin and pushed open the door. With a thought, countless plants broke out from the mountain valley, wildly growing. In several breaths of time, it turned into a lush green forest that protected the cabin. After finishing this, Chin Yu no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and fused his mind into his soul, carefully sensing the changes. The ancient rune appeared between his soul's eyebrows. An ancient, boundless, and sorrowful aura naturally filled the air. What appeared along with it was the inheritances of the ancient Tao passed down from generation to generation. Within the cabin, a golden light appeared between Chin Yu's eyebrows. It was like a seed that had found suitable soil and began to germinate. Golden lines spread out like branches spreading out from between his eyebrows. They crawled all over Chin Yu's face, submerging into his hair and hiding beneath his black robes. At some unknown time, a white cloud had appeared in the skies above Severed Spirit Mountain. It slowly wriggled about, its center constantly expanding outwards. If one looked carefully, they would faintly feel that its shape was like a gradually opening eye. Motionless, it stared at Severed Spirit Mountain below, like a hunter that had been waiting for a long time and had finally found its prey. Without warning, the space above Chin Yu's head shattered. In the pitch-black nothingness, the phantom of a great sun appeared. The invisible aura emitting from Chin Yu's body was blocked with it. Above Severed Spirit Mountain, the slowly expanding cloud suddenly parted. A golden pupil appeared. It swept its eyes over the land, but didn't find anything. The pupil slowly shrank and then expanded, as if it were deep in thought. Chapter 606, Land of Divinity and Demons, Great Chu, Northern Capital. The territory of the Chu Empire was vast and vast. In order to better manage it, the Chu Empire practiced a feudal system. Kings ruled the country and patrolled the lands on behalf of the emperor. Northern Capital was the capital of the Chu Empire's Northern King's fiefdom. It was the core city of the great Chu Empire's north. Massive troops were gathered in all directions to suppress the natives that constantly rebelled in the mountains of the Northern Territory. Perhaps because it had been infected by the military, the entire Northern Capital was built with a cold and solemn atmosphere. The edges were sharp and the atmosphere was boundless. Now that it was night, the giant city was like a giant beast lying on the ground, sharpening its claws and fangs in the dark. However, there was a place in Northern Capital that gave off a completely different feeling. There was a large blue stone square built on the edges, and the entire building was pure white, without a single flaw to be seen with the naked eye. Lighting arrays covered the entire square without any regard for cost. Even though it was night, the square was still bustling with people. To the vast majority of cultivators, cultivating here was far too luxurious a matter. But even if they couldn't enter, standing in the square and admiring it for a long time was enough for them to brag about it for a long time. This was the Tao Arena, a legendary cultivation environment that was no weaker than any holy land. Moreover, its background was even more mysterious and unfathomable. Even the various empires had to maintain a certain level of respect. The side doors of the Tao Arena would occasionally open. Some people would enter, and some people would leave, but without exception, all of them held their heads high and chests out, their expressions filled with arrogance. To be able to enter the Tao Arena to cultivate was in itself proof of one's status. In the square, there were some gorgeously dressed women that would often move upon hearing the news. They were like beautiful vines that tried to find a tree to climb. It wasn't easy for people to live, so there was nothing much to say about this. At this time, a common-looking, black-robed figure appeared from the end of the street, walking towards the Tao Arena. A simple black robe covered his entire body. But this person seemed to have some invisible strength that instantly attracted everyone's attention. His back was straight and tall, like an ancient pine tree standing proudly. His steps were calm and steady, and the distance of each step was exactly the same. His speed wasn't fast, but in the eyes of everyone, he was like a mountain approaching, constantly growing until he filled the entire world. Ah! A cultivator cried out. He couldn't withstand the pressure in his mind. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, his face pale and dripping with sweat. The black-robed figure stepped into the bluestone square. The moment his first step fell, a deep and heavy bell tolled within the Tao arena. Every inch of the pure, white dojo surface was glowing. A warm, pure, and transparent halo of light flowed onto the plaza like flowing water and quickly extended to Black Robe's feet. A long carpet of light condensed and spread through the entire square. The surface of the simple Black Robe seemed to be plated with a golden halo under this light, becoming so gorgeous that it could not be looked at directly. Rumble, the main entrance of the Tao dojo, slowly opened, and a group of cultivators came out. Every one of them had a respectful expression on their faces. When the crowd saw the figure standing at the forefront, a wave of low exclamations rang out in the plaza. "Master Dojo!" Everyone's hearts trembled. When they looked at the black-robed figure again, their gazes were filled with even more reverence. Who was this person? The North Capital Tao Dojo Lord stood still, cupped his hands, and bowed deeply. North Capital Tao Dojo's Yuan greets Senior. I didn't know that Senior was coming, so I didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive me. His words were like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned everyone present. To be able to become the master of a dojo, he was definitely a peak powerhouse. Even if he wasn't a tribulation immortal, he still stood at the limits of the Blue Sea realm, just a step away from crossing the Dragon Gate. For the Hall Master to be so respectful, there was no doubt about the identity of the black-robed figure. This was a true tribulation immortal cultivator, a great character that soared through the highest heavens like a divine dragon. Countless cultivators in the plaza, regardless of their background or status, all of them knelt to the ground. We greet a tribulation immortal supreme elder. Their faces were filled with excitement. There were countless cultivators in the world, but those that could cross the Dragon Gate and ascend to the tribulation immortal realm were 1 in a trillion. Each one of them was a supreme peak existence. Even if they faced the emperor of a country, they would still bow in respect. An ordinary cultivator might not be able to see such a character even once in their lifetime. These people were naturally ecstatic. Tribulation immortal realm, a living legend, the yearning of all cultivators in the world. From beneath the black robe, a light voice sounded out, "Arrange a quiet room for me." Hall Master Yuan turned and gestured, "Senior, please follow me." Rumble, rumble. The main entrance of the Tao dojo slowly closed, rejecting the countless fanatical gazes outside. But this couldn't extinguish the fire in their hearts. News of an unknown tribulation immortal realm powerhouse arriving at Baidu Tao Dojo spread out at an astonishing speed. It even alarmed King Northen's mansion. As a peak tribulation immortal realm powerhouse in the world, their every action was the focus of attention. For an unknown tribulation immortal powerhouse to suddenly appear in Baidu Tao Dojo, they couldn't help but be cautious. In Baidu Tao Dojo's top training room, Hall Master Yuan personally opened it. He turned and respectfully bowed. "Senior, if there is anything you need, please tell us at any time. To be able to serve Senior is the greatest honor of us juniors." The most important reason he was so respectful was, of course, because of this person's cultivation. But there was another reason. The Tao dojo itself was a refined and assembled treasure that could distinguish and sense auras. Yet this tribulation immortal realm powerhouse in front of him wasn't in the records of the Tao dojo. This was hard to imagine. The Tao dojo's information channels might not be the best in the world, but in terms of gathering information on powerhouses, they weren't any weaker than any other influence. Either this black-robed senior had never appeared in the world, or he was a newly ascended tribulation immortal. The latter was far more likely than the former. Thus, Hall Master Yuanshi had to be even more respectful. Perhaps this person had a chance to become one of the exalted of the Tao Dojo. The Tao Dojo had branches throughout the world, and they were found in every major city. They didn't rely on just the master alone. The exalted that joined the Tao Dojo were also a force that couldn't be underestimated. The black-robed man stopped. He turned and said, "Please inform the master of the Tao Dojo that an old friend from Four Seasons City has come to visit. He has been invited to meet with him." Yuanshi was startled. He hurriedly said, "Senior, please wait a moment. This junior will immediately help you report this." After he left, he didn't dare to delay. He took out the highest-level communication jade archive, entered the information, and then shattered it. The great sun hung high above, but there wasn't a burning feeling. Warm light sprinkled down on a courtyard halfway up a mountain. Solitary Westgate leaned back in a chair, his eyes warm as he looked at a beautiful middle-aged woman who was wiping the sweat of a child. His expression seemed relaxed, but between his eyebrows there was always a bit of worry that unconsciously appeared. Yun Yang and Ning's conditions were becoming increasingly poor. The rejection of the world was intensifying. He didn't have much time left. Suddenly, Solitary Westgate furrowed his eyebrows. Light gathered in his palm, and the phantom of a jade archive appeared. He probed it with a finger, and his eyes brightened. He stood up, and in the skies above his head, winds and clouds surged, causing the skies to darken. But the beautiful woman and child in the courtyard didn't seem to notice this. As they saw him stand up, Ning happily ran over. "Daddy, come and play with me." Solitary Westgate's complexion instantly softened. He reached out and held him in his arms. "Ning is a good boy. Go play with your mother. I need to go out for a bit." Ning bit her lips. She said in a small voice, "I want to go with Daddy." Solitary Westgate was startled. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. "I can't right now, but Daddy promises you that I will take you out to play in the future." Ning began to make a fuss. "Why not? Daddy has said many times that he will take me out to play, but he doesn't keep his word every time." Yun Yang quickly walked over and pulled him into her arms. "Boy, you have to be obedient. There must be a reason why Daddy doesn't let you go out." She looked up, her eyes gentle. "Go. Don't worry about the family. Once a child makes a fuss, everything will be fine." Solitary Westgate smiled and nodded. He turned and soared into the skies, tears falling from his eyes. North Capital Tao Arena. Yuanshi was receiving a cultivator sent by the Northcom King. "This senior is an old friend of my master. He came here for a private matter. I'll have to trouble you to tell His Highness that there is no need to worry about this." A scholarly man sat on a wide chair across from him. He smiled. "That's good. Recently, the natives in the mountains have started to make a fuss again. His Highness is too busy to personally come and visit. I asked the arena master to explain on his behalf." Yuanshi smiled and nodded. At this time his complexion changed, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. He stood up and said, "I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer." The cultivator from the king's mansion stood up and bid his farewells. Yuanshi left the living room and hurried to the forbidden area behind the Tao Arena. A figure appeared in his line of sight. His face flushed red as he fell to his knees. "Greetings, master!" Solitary Westgate turned. "Yuanshi, bring me to see him." Yuanshi took a deep breath. "Master, please come with me." He stood up and quickly led the way. It didn't take long for his master to arrive. He naturally knew how much Solitary Westgate valued him. Soon, they arrived at the training room. Yuanshi stepped forward and knocked on the door. After several breaths of time, there was a creaking sound and the training room door opened from within. A black-robed figure appeared in front of them. Solitary Westgate frowned. Who are you?" His complexion was ugly, and his eyes were gloomy. The person in front of him wasn't the one he wanted to see. Yuan sure paled. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. How could a dignified calamity immortal do something like this? It was beneath his status, but it seemed that his master really didn't recognize this senior. The black-robed figure was silent for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, "Senior Westgate, because of some reasons my aura has changed. It is inconvenient for me to conceal my appearance right now. I hope that Senior can forgive me." Solitary Westgate's eyes brightened. This voice couldn't be wrong. His complexion didn't change. He turned and said, "Leave. Don't let anyone disturb you." He stepped through the door and flicked his sleeves to close the training room. A boundless aura erupted, isolating the training room from the outside world. "Qinyu?" Solitary Westgate frowned. His thoughts stirred, and the black-robed figure vanished from sight. Qinyu cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Senior Westgate." This person in front of him was absolutely one of the strongest people in the land of divinity and demons. Even though he was standing in front of Qinyu, he still gave off an endlessly profound feeling, like a sea of stars. Solitary Westgate had no expression. "I have never seen someone who can change their soul aura. If you cannot give me evidence, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Qinyu smiled. He undid the shackles placed on his body by the little blue lamp. As someone who had climbed the ancient perishment decree, he instantly sensed the Tao arena. Solitary Westgate's eyes flashed. "That's enough." He looked Qinyu up and down several times. "I don't think you will tell me how you changed your soul aura, so I won't ask any further." As he spoke, his lips curled up in a smile. It was clear he was in a good mood. In truth, Solitary Westgate's heart was surging with emotions. If it weren't for him forcefully restraining himself, he would have already roared out loud. After waiting for so many years, the facts had proved that his calculations weren't wrong. There really was a person in this world that could help him resurrect his beloved wife and child. Qinyu's current cultivation was proof of this. From now, for Season City had only been in existence for a short few dozen years, to an existence like Solitary Westgate who had transcended life and death. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that time had passed in the blink of an eye. But Qinyu had actually reached the Calamity Immortal Realm. Moreover, there was a mysterious aura hidden within his body that not even Solitary Westgate could see through. Faintly, Solitary Westgate could feel an intense threat from this aura. This sort of rising speed was something that only the person in his deductions could possess. Thus, Solitary Westgate's heart was filled with ecstasy. Qinyu smiled. In the past at Four Seasons City, it was all thanks to Senior Westgate's protection that I was able to live until today. I will remember this graciousness in my heart. The Tao Arena Master waved his hand. "You are already at the Calamity Immortal Realm, so you can treat me as an equal." He furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Qinyu with a deep gaze. "Qinyu, you came to see me today. Could it be related to the Immortal Sect?" In the past, Qinyu had once told him about Ningling and the Immortal Sect. Now that Qinyu had become a Calamity Immortal, he was in high spirits. Repaying kindness with kindness and repaying grudges with grudges was natural. Qinyu cupped his hands together. "Yes, I will be going to the Immortal Sect soon. I hope that fellow Taoist Shiman can help me in secret." The Tao Arena Master frowned. "Forgive me for being blunt, but even if you are a Calamity Immortal, wanting to shake the Immortal Sect will still be difficult. I advise you to reconsider your decision." This was the truth. The Calamity Immortal Realm was the peak of the world. They were the highest level of cultivators and were characters that soared above the highest heavens. But the Immortal Sect never lacked powerhouses. Killing a Calamity Immortal was difficult. But if they attacked at the same level, then 3 people had a certain chance of succeeding. If 5 people attacked, then they had a 60% chance of succeeding. If 10 people attacked, then unless they had a life-saving card, they would die without a doubt. The immortal sect looked down upon the world, and their background was unfathomably deep. Although it was unknown how many Calamity immortals there were, it wasn't difficult for them to gather 10. Once Chinyu was exposed to the immortal sect, with their style of doing things, they would surely kill him in order to avoid causing endless harm. Chinyu had a calm expression. Fellow Taoist Shimin does not need to worry about this. I will openly visit the immortal sect, and they won't dare to do anything to me. After a brief pause, his eyes brightened and his eyebrows arched up. Because before I go to the immortal sect, I will become the master of the demonic path's holy palace. Solitary Westgate's eyes brightened. He stared at Chinyu like stars. Another face appeared in his mind. If it weren't for Chinyu's reminder, he would never have thought of it. Now that he placed them together, the two faces were completely different, but the lines between their eyebrows were nearly identical. Demonic Path Holy Palaces, Saint Sun Yao Bin? Chinyu nodded. That is my alias. With a thought, his appearance changed with it, returning to his original appearance. Fellow Taoist Shimin reminded me in the past that only by abandoning my original identity can I guarantee my own safety. And in the land of divinity and demons, only the demonic path has the qualifications to contend with the immortal sect. Solitary Westgate nodded. All right, I agree. Chinyu revealed a look of surprise. Fellow Taoist Shimin isn't afraid of provoking trouble. He had prepared some conditions, but he didn't use them at all. Solitary Westgate lightly said, I don't want to provoke the immortal sect, but they are also the same. They might not dare to tear apart all pretense of cordiality with me. His calm voice was filled with confidence. Chinyu, I won't hide anything from you. There is something I need you to help me with in the future. The reason I saved you in the past was also for this reason. This time, I'll help you. Just take it as my reward for asking for your help. Chinyu relaxed. He hadn't figured out what happened in the past, but there was no such thing as obtaining something for no reason in this world. Solitary Westgate's words dispelled the restlessness in his heart. Fellow Taoist Shimin, please speak. Solitary Westgate shook his head. Now is not the time. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you. Chinyu, don't worry, I will explain everything before we begin. There might be some risks, but it is also a great lucky chance for you. Chinyu nodded. All right, I agree. Solitary Westgate laughed, seeming as if he had been relieved of a 10,000 gene burden. He relaxed from the inside out. Chinyu, when the immortal sect provoked you in the past, they never imagined that dozens of years later, you would succeed the Holy Emperor Palace and become one of the giants of the demonic path. Haha, I am already looking forward to what their expressions will be once you enter the immortal sect. Chinyu slowly said, I am also looking forward to it. Inviting Solitary Westgate was a decision that Chinyu had made after thinking about it over and over again. With this guarantee, there would be no worries during his trip to the immortal sect. Undying had left him a chance to summon the projection of spectral calamity. This could only be used at the most critical moment. This was because this was a terrifying strength that could shake the entire world. Whether it was in life-saving or killing, it could reverse the overall situation. You didn't stay in Northern Capital for long. After making an appointment with the Tao Arena Master, he quietly left. Solitary Westgate didn't even have the mind to speak with Rimstone, who was standing guard outside. He directly used his great supernatural powers to pierce through space and return to his residence halfway up the mountain. When he pushed open the door and entered the courtyard, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. As he stood in front of the bed and looked at the sleeping mother and son, Solitary Westgate's eyes surged with excitement. Yunyang and Ning, I can finally be sure that I have found that person. He has already agreed to help me, and it won't be long before you truly come back to life. He lowered his head and kissed between the mother and son's eyebrows. Then, Solitary Westgate pushed open the door and walked out. A strange three-legged bird was standing on a scholar tree in the courtyard. As it saw solitary Westgate, it laughed and said, "Westgate, congratulations!" Although it had advised solitary Westgate to give up his obsession, that was because it didn't want him to waste his time because of this. It certainly knew how much solitary Westgate valued his wife and son. If he could revive them, his Tao heart would reach perfection. Solitary Westgate nodded. "You woo. After some time, you will accompany Chinyu to the immortal sect." The strange three-legged bird screeched, "Great. I've already had enough of those immortal sect bastards. If I have a chance, I'll ruthlessly fight with them." Solitary Westgate didn't speak. He looked up at the stars in the skies. As he thought about the information Chinyu had obtained from him, he couldn't help but smile. This fellow should have returned by now. Perhaps the demonic path would have a lively time after this. East Sun City, Holy Palace. The flourishing flowers of the past had long since become yesterday's yellow flowers. The empty square and front streets were filled with desolation and desolation. A small squad of true demon guards stood guard at the entrance, bored to death. They thought that they wouldn't have the slightest chance of success, so they had to find a way to transfer away as soon as possible. What AF * King torture every day. Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared in front of them. A true demon guard impatiently scolded, "This is a forbidden land. No one is allowed to approach. Hurry up and screw off." The black-robed figure stopped. He looked up at the dilapidated palace and flicked his sleeves. Boundless strength gushed out from the void like a raging sea. Several true demon guards were instantly swept up and sent flying far away. He continued forwards. The main gate of the holy palace that had been sealed for decades opened on its own. Then a second gate, a third gate, a fourth gate, layers upon layers of palace gates opened. A deep and deep sound spread through the empty holy palace, startling away a flock of birds. Chapter 607. Ning Liang sat in the garden in a daze, looking at the withered yellow in front of her. After the array formation stopped revolving, the transplanted spirit flowers and spirit grasses had withered one after another. Of course, the most precious parts had been dug out under all kinds of pretexts before the sacred palace was sealed, leaving behind many eye-catching and ugly pits. Big Sister Lanlin's condition was becoming increasingly worse. She feared she wouldn't be able to last much longer. Thinking of this, Ning Liang's heart, filled with bitterness and tears, fell down her cheeks. "Your Highness, if you were still alive, just what kind of scene would it be?" But everything was already irreversible, destined to be nothing but a fantasy. Perhaps after Big Sister Lanlan left, she would also end her life at some point. As she was lost in thought, a deep and heavy voice echoed out. Ning Liang was stunned for a moment before she looked up. Her red eyes widened. This voice, although she hadn't heard it for dozens of years, it was still fresh in her memory. The palace doors had been opened, voice after voice, from far to near, all the way to the deepest depths of the Saint Palace. The demonic path had already issued an order. So who dared to disobey it and open it? Could it be? A thought drilled into her heart. Ning Liang stood up, lifted her skirt, and ran towards the palace doors. Her mind was in turmoil, and she even forgot to stimulate her cultivation. By the time she reached the last palace door, she was already panting for breath, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. Pa, pa! The clear sound of footsteps echoed through the long corridor. Ning Liang's eyes suddenly turned sour, and large beads of tears tumbled down. But she continued to stare at the closed palace doors. With a slight tremble, the palace doors that had been sealed for dozens of years slowly opened. Dust sprinkled down, swept up into the skies by the wind. A black-robed figure appeared in front of Ning Liang. She covered her mouth, her legs weakening as she fell to the ground, crying out loud. He lifted a hand and pulled down his black robe. His lips moved and he smiled. "Don't cry, I'm back." A mysterious black-robed cultivator had forcefully broken into the Saint Palace. This news was like a falling stone, instantly setting off massive waves in the lake that was East Sun City. In particular, the person who had done this had mercilessly suppressed the true demon guards guarding the Saint Palace. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the entire demonic path. This was absolutely unforgivable. City, Lord East Sun paled. Gather all the masters in the mansion and capture this person, regardless of whether he lives or dies. It had not been long since he had been promoted to the position of City Lord, and this was the time for him to show off his abilities. This incident was undoubtedly a huge stain on his reputation. Moreover, the demonic path was currently debating whether or not they should establish a new Saint Sun. He was already burdened with the mission of suppressing the Holy Palace and trying to make it disappear from everyone's attention. The City Lord was furious. The City Lord Mansion reacted faster than ever. Dozens of experts soared into the sky and rushed toward the Holy Palace. The various forces in the city had learned of the accident at the Sacred Palace even earlier than the City Lord Mansion, and had sent their spies to follow them. The position of the new Saint Sun was being fiercely fought over. The demonic path was in turmoil, and now that someone had suddenly broken into the Saint Palace, no one could be sure whether or not there was some secret behind this. Ning Liang pushed open the door to the hall. Even though the hall was facing the sun and the sunlight shined in through the windows, it still gave off a dark and gloomy feeling. The air was filled with the thick smell of medicinal dregs. As if hearing the sound of the door opening, a weak voice sounded out from behind the thick curtains. "Ning Liang, please pour me a glass of water." It was a simple sentence, but it seemed to exhaust all of her strength. A series of rapid coughs sounded, echoing in the empty hall. Qin Yu raised a hand to stop Ning Liang from speaking. He stepped into the hall and found a teapot. Then he lifted the curtain and entered. The light inside was even dimmer, but he could still clearly see Hai Lon Lon lying on the bed. Perhaps it was because of the rapid coughing just now, but her thin and pale face was flushed with an abnormal flush. Her eyes were closed, and her chest heaved up and down. Qin Yu's footsteps paused. Guilt appeared in his calm eyes. He suddenly discovered that he had been a bit too irresponsible. He had only cared about himself and hadn't made proper arrangements for the people that followed him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu quickened his pace. He sat down on the bed and helped Hai Lon Lon up. He placed the teacup near her lips. After drinking the tea, Hai Lan Lan's breathing calmed down a bit. She opened her eyes and faintly smiled. "Ning Liang, I've really dragged you down." Qin Yu froze. Those cold and indifferent eyes of the past that were filled with arrogance and alienation had now lost all luster. Hai Lon Lon seemed to sense something. She clenched her fists, a look of vigilance on her face. "You aren't Ning Liang? Where is she? What did you do to her?" Because of her excitement, she immediately began to cough. Ning Liang, who was crying, quickly wiped her eyes. "Big sister, I'm here, don't worry." Hai Lon Lon gasped for breath. "Ning Liang, who is he? How could he be here?" Without waiting for Ning Liang to reply, Qin Yu let out a long breath. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "Little Lon Lon, it's only been a few short decades, and yet you don't even remember me. How disappointing." Hai Lon Lon suddenly stopped breathing. She turned her head in a daze and looked towards the hall entrance, as if seeking confirmation. Ning Liang cried and laughed. "Big sister, you're right, His Highness has returned." "His Highness is fine, he is still alive." Hai Lon Lon reached out a trembling hand and touched Qin Yu's face. Although she couldn't see, that face had entered her heart and she would never forget it. "Your Highness, Your Highness, I knew you wouldn't die. I always knew." Hai Lan Lan's dim eyes began to tear up. Her hand that was caressing Qin Yu's face suddenly fell down. "Big sister." Ning Liang screamed out in panic. Qin Yu pointed a finger between her eyebrows. He could feel the rapidly dissipating aura of her soul. He shouted out, "Purple moon!" The shadow of a purple moon appeared above Qin Yu's head. Faint traces of moonlight sprinkled down, like a silent drizzle that submerged into Hai Lanlan's body. Ning Liang bit her lips, not daring to make a single sound. She was extremely nervous, afraid that Qin Yu would have a bad expression on his face. A moment later, Qin Yu drew back his finger and the purple moon shadow vanished. "Don't worry. If I don't let her die, she won't die." He looked up at Ning Liang. "Tell me, how did she receive such serious injuries?" Ning Liang's tears fell. "It's me, it's all because of me." After the Holy Palace was sealed, for some unknown reason, Ning Liang suddenly fell ill with a serious illness. Her life was on the verge of death. The Holy Palace was ransacked, and there was simply no possibility of healing her. Hai Lanlan took a risk and contacted the outside world. Through 2 female officials that were also left in the palace, she tried to find a way to save Ning Liang. They obtained the medicine, and Ning Liang was pulled back from the gates of hell. But for some unknown reason, this matter was exposed. During the final process of retrieving the medicine, the 2 female officials that participated were killed on the spot, and Hai Lanlan desperately escaped. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Who was it that did this? Ning Liang hesitated, but at this time there was an angry roar from outside. Who is it that dares to intrude into the demonic path's forbidden land? Get out here and die. Ning Liang trembled and her face paled. It's him, it's him. When Hai Lanlan was injured, she had heard this voice before. Even if she died, she would never forget it. Qin Yu put down Hai Lanlan. Stay here and take care of her. He stepped out. Sunlight shined down from outside the hall, inlaid with a golden halo around his body. The fear in Ning Liang's heart faded away like a tide. Big sister, His Highness has returned. No one can harm us anymore. Everything will be fine. Please wake up soon. The city lord of East Sun's eyes blazed with anger. If looks could hurt, then the entire holy palace would have already been burnt to ashes. Looking at the gate that led straight to the deepest part of the palace, his complexion paled. He clenched his teeth and roared, "You won't come out? Then I will force you to show yourself." He lifted a hand and was about to wave it down when an icy voice sounded out in his ears. "Are you looking for me?" The city lord fiercely turned around. He couldn't help but frown. This was because the person in front of him looked a bit familiar, but he soon suppressed this feeling. Trespassing into the Forbidden Land is an unforgivable crime. Men, come and kill him. He had to use cruel and ruthless methods to issue a warning. Whether or not this person in front of him was secretly ordered by someone else, he would still die. But what shocked the city lord was that all the city lord mansion masters around him seemed to be frozen in place. All of them frozen in place. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and attack. The city lord angrily roared. Qin Yu's eyes swept over the pale and panic-stricken city lord mansion cultivators. He lightly said, "They don't dare. If you want to kill me, then you'd best do it yourself." Suddenly, a city lord mansion master fell to his knees in the void. "Saint, your highness Saint Sun." His body shook so hard that it resembled a sieve. The city lord's complexion changed. He finally realized where that familiar feeling had come from. His face paled and his field of vision darkened. Saint Sun, shut up. The previous His Highness Saint Sun has already died. There is no way this can be wrong. The city lord gasped for breath as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. Impersonating the late His Highness Saint Sun of the demonic path, no matter who you are, you will regret it. Come with me and kill him. Bang, an aura erupted. The city lord was the first to rush out. The several direct descendants behind him hesitated for a moment before following. Qin Yu expressionlessly lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Space instantly froze. The several people were like frozen fish, their eyes wide with fear. "I am not killing you because you offended me, but to take revenge for the female officials you killed in the palace." Bang! The frozen space immediately shattered, and the city lord and the others who were sealed in ice also shattered along with it. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. This was because their corpses were crushed into powder along with the collapse of space. Their souls were annihilated along with them. All traces of their existence erased from this world. Your Highness, please spare us. The city, Lord Manor's experts trembled as they knelt down. Cheney looked up. His eyes were as cold as a blade as he swept his eyes over their faces. He slowly said, "Tell everyone that I have returned alive. Have the demonic path give me an explanation." Every word was like a volcano on the verge of erupting, emitting a horrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. News spread like a plague. In the shortest period of time, it spread throughout the entire demonic path, Holy Land's small world. The deceased saint's son, Yaobin, had returned to the Holy Palace. The demonic path was shaken. Sacred Palace. The demon attendant stood up abruptly. His movement was so big that he knocked over the teacup. The scalding tea splashed onto his body, but he didn't seem to feel anything. The previous demon envoy frowned and said in a deep voice, "At this moment, you must be more composed. So what if a new holy son is chosen? You are the demon servant. No one can easily shake your position. Teacher, Chenyu has returned. He has returned alive." The previous demon envoy's eyes widened. "Where did this news come from? Are you sure?" The demon envoy excitedly said, "The spies in East Sun City sent back the latest news. As for the specifics, I don't know." He took a deep breath. "Teacher, I need to make a trip to East Sun City." The previous demon envoy waved his hand. "I will leave immediately. We must figure out what is going on. There cannot be any more mistakes at this time." The demon envoy nodded. He turned and stepped away, directly teleporting away. In a private room of a luxurious restaurant, Mu Xianglin had a calm expression. He was drinking wine with a group of demonic path family messengers, both sides happily chatting. Suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open. Mu Xianglin looked at the young man who rushed in, and his complexion darkened. "What is it? Don't you know that your father is entertaining an honored guest?" The group of family messengers smiled and waved their hands, saying that there was no need to care. Some of them even smiled and beckoned the young man to take a seat. The current Mu family was even more glorious than it was in the past. Mu had accumulated a deep foundation and had formed an emperor step demon body. He was the most likely candidate for the position of Saint Sun. Once he was successfully promoted, the Mu family's influence would rise by 10 times or even 100 times. There was a high chance that they would be able to restore their family name. Naturally, people would curry favor with them. The young man who rushed and paled. He didn't even bother to greet these people. He walked behind Mu Xianglin and whispered a few words to him. "Pa!" The wine glass in Mu Xianglin's hand shattered. His eyes widened as he stared at his son, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Is this true?" The young man shivered and nodded. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly froze. The demonic path family messengers looked at each other in dismay, wondering just what had happened. Then they all received a message from their families. After taking out their communication treasures and checking them, everyone's complexions became extremely strange. The private room fell into a deathly silence. "Cough! Patriarch Mu!" I suddenly remembered that there are some matters I need to deal with. Let's stop here for today. Farewell. A messenger hurriedly stood up. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left. Haha! I also suddenly remembered that there were some important matters I forgot. Farewell, farewell. Walala! In the blink of an eye, everyone in the private room had left, leaving behind only the father and son of the Mu family. Ah! Mu Xianglin roared out loud. He reached out a hand and flipped over the table, causing the plates and plates to shatter. In a small courtyard atop the mountain peak, Zhao Qianyuan laid down the jade slip in his hands. He smiled and said in a soft voice, "I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Across from him, Dong Hanju's eyes shined with a sharp light. He clenched his fists. I'm looking forward to seeing what cultivation he has now. Zhao Qianyuan lightly said, You and I will soon find out. The holy palace had closed, and his subordinates had suffered such grievances. With his personality, how could he possibly let this go? Dong Hanju furrowed his eyebrows. The current demonic path is very different from how it was decades ago. It was unknown what good fortune the Mu family's Mu Mo had encountered, but he had actually managed to obtain an emperor-level demon body, just a step away from the saint level. If things were to become too big, then even with his status as the saint's son, there might still be an accident. Zhao Qianyuan fell silent for a moment. He stood up and took several steps forwards. Facing the mountain winds, he looked at the rolling clouds. His voice was firm. The demonic path is not the demonic path of the past. Will he still be the demonic path of the past? Dong Hanju, you might not be convinced, but my intuition tells me that after he returns, you still won't be his match. Dong Hanju wasn't angered. He crossed his arms. I'm looking forward to it. The current him was over 10 times stronger than he was in the past. Within Wuma Sijan's seclusion chamber, an angry roar echoed out. With a loud rumbling sound, the stone door was smashed apart from the inside. With a pale face, he quickly walked out. His eyes surged with a bone-chilling coldness. As the new saint's son, he and Muemo were the competitors with the greatest advantages. Qin Yu's sudden return naturally left him angry. The saint's son was still alive, so why did he need to choose a new saint's son? Damn it, this bastard! The first words he said upon seeing his father were squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Whether he is a real saint's son or a fake saint's son, I want him dead. East Sun City. Within the Holy Palace's main hall, the demon attendant had an excited expression. He looked at the young man in front of him. No matter how his aura changed, the connection between the demon bodies still existed. It was Qinyu, it was him. In the main hall's seat, Qinyu looked up. Without expression, he said, I am very dissatisfied. The demon attendant's expression stiffened. He took a deep breath and said, I know you are angry right now, but listen to my explanation. There is a reason for everything. Qinyu shook his head. I only need an explanation. The demon attendant's heart sank, and he couldn't help but frown. Qinyu, the current demonic path has undergone a great change. You must not be impulsive. Qinyu lightly said, Are you saying that they are currently choosing a new saint's son? The demon attendant's tone was heavy. Muemo has already achieved an emperor-level demon body. Wuma Sijan obtained a mysterious inheritance from the Sea of Purgatory. Although his demon body is only at the emperor level, his strength is no weaker than an ordinary calamity immortal. This was a reminder to Qinyu. Even if he was the saint's son, he couldn't act rashly. After all, the saint's son of the demonic path's holy palace had died decades ago. This was a result known to the entire world. As if feeling that this was too unfair to Qinyu, the demon attendant slowed down his tone. Qinyu, I guarantee that I will give you an explanation, but this will take time. When you succeed the position of Holy Monarch in the future, there will naturally be no one that can stop you. The most important thing right now is to restore your title as the saint's son and stabilize your status. Don't give others a chance to take advantage of you, do you understand? The concern and nervousness in the demon attendant's words caused the coldness in Qinyu's eyes to ease a little, but this didn't mean that he had forgiven them. In the past, when he went to the Sea of Purgatory, the reason he didn't make too many arrangements was mainly because of his own negligence. But the existence of the demon attendant had undeniably caused him to lower his guard. These past years, the demon attendant's actions had left Qinyu disappointed, even if he had a reason. My people will not be wronged in vain. Someone has to stand up and give me an explanation. Qinyu paused. This is my bottom line. The demon attendant's complexion was ugly. Qinyu, You should be aware that those with the qualifications to meddle in matters of this level are at least on the level of a demonic path elder. Even if you are the saint son, you still don't have the qualifications to punish a demonic path elder. I don't want to say the same words a second time. You must clearly think this through. Letting your emotions affect your decisions will only ruin the overall situation and make it impossible to clean up. Qin Yu lowered his head. I appreciate the demon attendant's good intentions, but please return. The demon attendant's eyes widened. He never thought that in his heart, Qin Yu, who had always been extraordinarily intelligent, would actually show such a childish and reckless performance. But the firmness in his words was clearly irreversible. The demon attendant clenched his teeth. Think about it again. He turned and left. It was likely that it would be difficult for Qin Yu's attitude to change. He had to make preparations ahead of time and not allow Qin Yu to be used by others. No matter what, he had to preserve his status as the saint's son. Chapter 608. The black kiln was a general term for a certain type of mine that was extremely dangerous and had a terrible working intensity. The cultivators who were thrown into the black kiln either committed great crimes or were victims of power struggles. However, almost none of them could see the 9 suns in the sky again. Dying of exhaustion and dying in the black kiln was their fate. But where there were people, there would be a Jianghu. This was not nonsense, but an irrefutable truth. In the dark underground mines of the black kiln, due to the gathering of a large number of criminals after a long period of time, a set of its own abnormal and highly effective system was formed. Although the leaders of this system were also criminals, they lived a luxurious life. They commanded a large number of criminals and could even bargain with the cultivators guarding the black kiln. For example, wine and women. Wang Chao, Huang Shan, and Hua Yanting were invited out of the smelly mine. After washing up, they sat in a gorgeous flying car. Under the illumination of the car's ambient lights, the 3 of them looked gloomy. F***CK. What's going on? Huang Shan touched the collar on his neck and said in a low voice. Hua Yanting raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Then he wiped his mouth and said, Who cares? At least we're enjoying ourselves now. We can do whatever we want. Wang Chao said in a deep voice, Let's wait and see. The flying car finally stopped, and the 3 of them were taken to a large house built in the mine. When the door opened, they saw a group of women in revealing clothes. The 3 of them swallowed, subconsciously. They hadn't tasted meat for decades. My master prepared everything in this house for you. Please feel free to use it. The cultivator who brought the 3 of them here said with envy in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and left with his people. The door closed from the outside. Master, come and drink with us. Master's eyes are so scary. Yeah, I'm so scared. Huang Shan widened his eyes and gasped for breath. Big brother, 3rd brother, you 2 study first. I'll be back soon. He rushed out, picked up the 2 women, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hua Yanting coughed lightly. Big brother! Before he could say anything, he saw Wang Chao walk towards the backyard without saying a word. Hua Yanting was startled for a moment before he felt great admiration for him. He was indeed worthy of being called Big Brother. Even in this kind of situation, he could remain unmoved. Follow me. I'm going to fight 1 against 10 today. Stumbling, Hua Yanting almost fell head first. He wailed, Big brother, you can't do this. At least leave 2 for me. Nonsense. The 3 brothers had been tossing and turning until their backs were sore and their limbs were weak. They asked someone to prepare a table of sumptuous banquets and sent a group of moist orioles away to eat and drink without saying a word. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Wang Chao put down his chopsticks. Brothers, what do you think of this matter? Huang Shan and Hua Yanting glanced at each other. Their lips moved, but they didn't say anything. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. They were afraid that things were not what they thought. Wang Chao nodded and said in a soft voice, "It seems that we brothers have the same idea." His eyes brightened and he subconsciously licked his lips. "It seems that His Highness has returned." The three of them had no background. After the Holy Palace was sealed off, they were thrown into a black kiln and no one asked anything about them for dozens of years. There was only one possibility for them to suddenly receive such treatment today. Hua Yanting gulped. "Big brother, if His Highness really has returned, then why didn't the person who arranged all of this see us?" "That's right," Huang Shan nodded. "They arranged for us to be here, where we can eat and drink and have as many women as we want, but they didn't send us out." Although he seemed honest, he was actually quite intelligent. "I think that His Highness's current condition isn't too good." Wang Chao sighed. "Second brother has the same thoughts as me." They had been tossing and turning in bed for a day and a night. On one hand, he had been relieving his internal heat, but on the other hand, he was also waiting. Since no one had appeared yet, his heart felt heavy. The three exchanged glances. After several breaths of silence, they couldn't help but bitterly smile. People were like this. They could suddenly see hope in the midst of despair. Worrying about personal gains and losses was an indescribable torment. If they were allowed to live their previous lives, they feared that none of them would be able to support themselves. Wang Chao said in a low voice, "We should have faith in His Highness. He is someone who excels at creating miracles. He won't disappoint us." Huang Shan and Hua Yanting quickly nodded. At this time, they could only try their best to think in a positive direction. But in the demon envoy's opinion, after he returned from Eastern Sun City, the situation had rapidly deteriorated and he felt as if it were gradually slipping out of his control. This left him shocked and angry. The Saint Sun had returned and his attitude was extremely tough. He wanted the entire demonic path to give him an explanation. This news wildly spread. In particular, the demon envoy's actions after his return were the best evidence. A few of the important figures who had been persuaded began to speak to the demon servants again. Their tones became vague and cold. Even if Qin Yu was the demonic path's Saint Sun and had an incomparably precious status, that was only in theory. Ever since the Holy Emperor Palace had fallen, the Saint Sun was only in nominal status. He was far from being able to compare with the authority of a demonic path elder. Although there were several parties that had led the decision to seal off the Holy Emperor Palace, since it was announced, they naturally tacitly agreed to it. Of course, in order to exchange for their tacit approval, they had already accepted the sincerity they had secretly sent. Give an explanation? Who would give it to them? In the eyes of these great figures, even if Qin Yu carried the title of Saint Sun, this was still far too insolent. The demon envoy was burning with anxiety. He hurried around to quell the discontent. After confirming that the news was reliable, some people had already gathered together. Outside a private club with excellent privacy, a speed car held over and stopped in front of the entrance. The door opened and the smell of alcohol gushed out. A group of clearly drunk young men and women walked through the entrance with their arms around each other's shoulders. Amidst the noise and laughter, no one noticed that a figure was quietly missing from their group. He took the elevator to the 4th floor and walked straight to a private room. He reached out and knocked on the door. The door opened from the inside and he walked in. The smile on his face vanished and the smell of alcohol around him instantly vanished. "I'm sorry I'm late." His voice was calm, not at all affected by the solemn atmosphere in the room. There were already 2 people sitting across from him at a round table. One of them was the Mu family's old ancestor, Mu Yunli. "Fellow Taoist Qinyuan has arrived. Let's begin." He tapped a finger on the table. "You and I have met here, and each has our own requests. Time is of the essence, so let's get straight to the point." Mu Yunli was expressionless. The Mu family can put out a good fortune to help Wuma Sijan break through his demon body and reach the Emperor's step. The current situation was the most disadvantageous to the Mu family. He had to show the greatest sincerity to ensure that the three sides reached an agreement. This was a proposal that the Wuma family could not refuse. The eyes of the middle-aged man beside him brightened. He nodded and said, "All right." He looked up at the cultivator who had just arrived. "My clan once inadvertently discovered a dark stone mine somewhere in the past. Although we haven't mined it, we have already carried out a detailed survey. This is the data we obtained." He took out a jade slip and placed it on the table. With a swipe of his finger, the table began to spin. The young and handsome Qinyuan was an extremely powerful figure in the eternal darkness demon region. Because he was deeply trusted by the divine throne, his status was only slightly inferior to Fallen Wing and Eternal Undying. He allowed the jade slip to spin in front of him. He lightly said, "Just a dark stone mine isn't enough to move us." The middle-aged man who controlled the Wuma family lowered his eyes, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Mu Yunli furrowed his eyebrows. "I once saw a round shield with the ancient knight character engraved on its back." Qinyuan fiercely looked up. "Are you sure?" Mu Yunli lightly said, "I still have some eyesight." "Good, I agree." Qinyuan placed a hand on the jade slip. "Mr. Mu, remember your words. The eternal darkness demon region will not accept any form of reneging on an agreement." Mu Yunli's complexion changed. "The item will be delivered tomorrow." Qinyuan stood up. He nodded to the two people and left. He pushed open the door to the private room. After taking just a few steps, an excited smile appeared on his face, and the smell of alcohol filled the air once more. "Ah, you brat, why did you run over here? Hurry up and come back with me. Those women have drunk too much." A young man walked over and wrapped his arms around Qinyuan's neck, his face full of excitement. Qinyuan allowed him to pull him away. In the distance, the two people's strange laughter rang out. Who would have thought that such a giant trap would quietly be completed just now? Qin Yu's return alive was a matter that the Holy Emperor Palace couldn't ignore. Even if he had caused a great disturbance and provoked the displeasure of some great figures, they still had to follow the proper procedures. For instance, how to respond to the Lord Saint Sun's unyielding demands. After a brief discussion, the many great figures of the Holy Emperor Palace left their busy schedules and convened a meeting of elders. The throne of the Holy Emperor was empty, and all matters were decided by the meeting of elders. Although this was only a temporary measure in critical times, after holding power for so long, it was easy to become addicted to it. Perhaps the high and mighty elders did not wish for an existence that stood above them to appear in the depths of their hearts. In particular, this person clearly didn't have much respect for them. In the middle of the sea of stars, there was a long table with 11 black stone chairs placed around it. As the meeting of elders began, the atmosphere was heavy. The demon envoy sat on the third stone chair, his complexion ugly. He could faintly smell the scent of a violent storm. Although he had only stated the main topic, the invisible oppression made it hard for anyone to breathe. At this moment, the demon envoy couldn't help but blame Qin Yu in his heart for not considering the overall situation. But with things having come to this point, he could only try his best to deal with the situation. His teacher was right, he was still the demon envoy. Even if he only sat on the third chair, as long as he didn't relent, no one could surpass him. The one presiding over the meeting, elderly, was publicly recognized as a good person. Ever since he was promoted to elder, he had never argued with anyone. It was because of this that he was elected to the first chair and had the greatest authority in name. All right, since everyone knows the reason, I won't speak any further. Saint Sun Yao Bin's return alive is a good thing for my Holy Emperor Palace. Even if there is some unpleasantness, I ask that everyone consider his youthful vigor and not be too angry. Elder Li's tone was calm, as if he were expressing his dissatisfaction with Qin Yu, but the demon envoy relaxed a little and nodded in thanks. But the development of matters had far surpassed his expectations. In the fifth chair, Elder Heavenfire lightly said, "His Highness the Saint Sun has an exalted status. Since he thinks we are in the wrong, we should naturally listen to the Saint Son's punishment. That's right. Otherwise, if we were to fall into the eyes of others, it would be us old fellows who relied on our seniority to bully His Highness the Saint Son. Another elder echoed. The demon envoy's eyelids jumped up. He said in a low voice, the Saint Son was only momentarily angered and his actions were a bit irrational. There is nothing wrong with his heart, so there is no need for everyone to be so solemn. Elder Heavenfire had a faint expression. Demon envoy, your words are wrong. His Highness the Saint Son is the future master of the Holy Emperor Palace, so we naturally have to follow his decisions. He stood up. When the Holy Emperor Palace was sealed off and the Saint Son's subordinates were disposed of, I was the first to advocate it. Since His Highness the Saint Son wishes to give me an explanation, I will make a trip to Eastern Sun City and listen to His Highness the Saint Son's punishment. Heavenfire, I discussed your proposal with me ahead of time, and I also expressed my approval. The seventh elder expressionlessly stood up. If it's just the two of you, I fear it isn't enough. Then count me in as well. In the second chair, a calm-faced, silver-robed old man slowly spoke up. The eyes of the other elders immediately brightened, excitement gushing out from their hearts. Out of the 10 elders of the Holy Emperor Palace, nearly a third of them had stepped forward to shoulder the responsibility. Your Highness the Saint Son, the explanation you wanted has been prepared, but I fear you might not be able to bear it. The demon envoy paled. What do you plan on doing? He had already sensed the intentions of the 3 elders and couldn't help but be alarmed and angry. These 3 sides didn't have any connections with each other, so why would they join forces on this matter? The 3 elders asking for punishment was simply a hot potato. Even if Chinyu was the Saint Son, he didn't have the qualifications to deal with them. As the demon envoy thought of the embarrassing situation that Chinyu was about to face, he became increasingly anxious. He swept his eyes over everyone, and his heart sank. As he thought about it, there were 7 votes in favor, 1 against, and 3 abstentions. The resolution passed without any hiccups. It was a foregone conclusion. The second elder stood up. Since everyone is here today, let's make a trip to East Sun City and see just how your Highness the Saint Son wishes to deal with the 3 of us. Heavenfire and the 7th elder nodded. That should be the case. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 elders. Today, they would have this junior's reputation swept to the ground. They wanted to see just what face he had left to continue holding the title of Saint Son. In the current demonic path, he wasn't the only suitable candidate for the position of Saint Sovereign. It was time for him to see the true situation. Elder Li revealed a helpless expression. He hesitated for a moment. If that's the case, then let's go together. His good-natured personality didn't allow him to veto a decision passed by the Council of Elders. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger. The starry sea above everyone's heads fluctuated. After several breaths of time, Elder Li withdrew his hand and said, "Everyone, we have arrived!" In the skies above the Holy Emperor Palace, space twisted. It opened from within, and Elder Li and 11 elders of the Holy Emperor Palace walked out.